We are about to start, but before I start, we're going to start off with the Star Spangled Banner. That's just beautiful, man. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful, I want to say. I love the Star Spangled Banner. And we're going to bring back patriotism in this country. And we have a lot to be thankful for because we have a president that wants us to experience freedom, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness once again. Mm-hmm. Yep. So I hope everybody's doing good today. And I'm going to start off by doing good early in the morning, doing a live. Mm-hmm. Yep. So what we're going to be talking about, ladies and gentlemen, which is very, very important. We're going to go ahead and talk about it. We're going to talk about the history, little history of the United States. Some of you guys may not even know, uh, what has happened for us, the United States of America versus the United States. And I'm going to cite the source, though, for you guys to go there as well to check that out. Because, once again, it's important. It's important to be able to understand, what happened, because we're under this misconception of the United States versus the United States of America. We're going to talk a little bit about what a republic is versus democracy. We're going to talk about that as well. You have to know the history, though, right? Because this is important. But before I start again, ladies and gentlemen, I see you guys are coming in. You know how I do. I gotta start it off with the Star Spangled Banner, and we're gonna get this patriotism back in this country. You know what I'm saying? So before I get started, let's go ahead and make it happen. Stand up and salute. I see you, Omega. Thank you, man. Thank you for showing up. I'll tell you in a minute. Okay, that's a beautiful thing there. I see Omega and Nostra Gaga, I think it is. Okay, thanks for subscribing, man. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we're gonna be talking today. I'm glad you asked. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about a little of the history of the United States and things. So, for some of you may or may, I know Omega, he's on this stuff, so he's also a history buff, and yeah, he correct me on some things though, which I appreciated. And you guys feel free to do the same thing, though, because that's what it's all about. We're talking about uh, America itself, United States of America versus the U.S., United States. One is sovereignty for its people, and the other one is a corporation. So there is a difference between the two. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is that I'm gonna go ahead and read to you a little bit from one of the main sources where I'm getting this from, and then I'm gonna share it with you guys. I need to put it in the description. You guys need to go to this website. I've been knowing about this website for over 20 years. He did a remarkable job of giving us this information. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it. The Union of the United States, right? So here it is. The Union of the several states, the states United States in Congress assemble these United States of America, right? Now, the corporation, now I'm going to read the difference between the two. The corporation, the United States of America, but the corporation call it the United States, which is a corporation. Just think of America as a big corporation, and they have the president as the CEO. This is one of the main reasons as to why Trump said, I'm taking the power away from government and giving it back to the people. There was a reason for Trump doing this, you know what I'm saying? So going further on, now it started with the Declaration of Independence. We know that it started back in 1776. The Articles of Confederation in 1778, and the Constitution in 1787. Initially, the land was British colonized and then separated into independent free states, which on July the 4th, we know what happened here, July the 4th, 1776, where we became sovereign, a state, the United States. That's the point. You know our history from there. Now, when the corporation started at Gettysburg Address in 1864, and the incorporation of the District of Columbia, the Presidential Legislative Act of February the 21st, 1871, under the Emergency War Power Act and the Reconstitution Act, then reorganized in June the 11th, 1878. Now, you know that we won the war between the Brits, right? But what happened was is that America depleted out its money, and America was broke. We won our sovereignty, but we were broke. So this created a problem. So therefore, I believe it, and correct me if I'm wrong though, Omega. The British, say, hey, we can help because America was broke, after that war. War costs money. So therefore, this is when the start 1864, where we lost our sovereignty. We used to be a sovereign nation, but we lost our sovereignty at that point. Now, as a republic, it's beginning. Now, let's go ahead and talk about it now. Uh, First, the republic having its beginning with the colonial resistance against England's tyrannical government, right? Major opposition against British control began with the Stamp Act established by British Parliament on March the 22nd, March the 22nd, 1765, right? Taxation without representation. right? Followed by the Declaratory Act, the Boston Massacre in 1770, and the Tea Act passed by Parliament on May the 10th, 1773, to save the East Indian Company from bankruptcy, right? Here we go. Omega says, from beginning a Confederate Union Constitution Republic to the Federal Constitution Republic as of 1864. Okay. All right. I got you there, Omega. Thanks, man. All right. So going down the list here. So the corporation. All right. So you already heard about the Republic, right? Now, a corporation with a legislator, legislation, legislation, I'm sorry, was established with all, let me see here, a partis of the district government created in incorporation by Presidential Legislative Act, February the 21st, 1871. So this is officially when America became a corporation, right? So on June the 20th, 1874, the president, with advice of Senate, abolished and replaced the 1871, right, government with a commission consisting of 3 persons. That's what they have here listed. All right. So let me see here. Further down the list. Now, back on the USA side, resistance continued with the Quartering Act established by Parliament back in June 2nd, 1774, requiring American colonists to provide shelter to the British troops and horses when requested. Remember when we were reading about the Quartering Act, which was the Third Amendment? No quartering unless given permission. So this is part. This when the Constitution was written by the founding fathers. That's what this is all about, right? Kind of giving a little history here, right? So the thing about it is that from September the 5th to October the 25th, 1774, 12 colonists, because at the time it was 12 before 13, 12 colonists, all but Georgia. Oh, yeah, they just left out Georgia at the time. So the 12 colonists, all but Georgia, sent 56 delegates to Philadelphia to participate in the First Colonial Congress. The purpose of the First Colonial Congress was to debate and plan to unify response to the British Policy Act. So you guys are seeing, I mean, I'm reading right now, because this guy did a hell of a research on this stuff. On March the 25th, 1775, right, the second constitutional, or I should say Continental Congress convent in Philadelphia, delegates from all 13 colonies. I believe at the time, if I'm correct, Omega, Philadelphia was considered to be, I guess, the capital, and this is like the 13 colonists. I remember this stuff, some of this stuff in when I was in grade school. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, and let me see here. This was, let me see, September 30th, colonists. Okay, here it is. We're going to read the rest of this here. Um, Temporary capital. Yeah, exactly, Omega. It was a temporary capital. That's why I'm glad Omega is here, because he backed me up on this type of stuff, though, you know. Um, I mean, I'm just a history buff, but I just want you guys to know. And what we're talking about for you guys that are coming in, we're talking about the United States of America versus the U.S. One is a corporation, which is the U.S., which works nothing more than like a corporation, and then they have it where their presidents that they elect This is why these banksters, corporation, people like Monsanto, they're like married into our government, which it should not be. And this is why before Trump, everybody was pretty much establishment. No matter Republican or Democrat, Uniparty, they were all bought going in there. We never, elect our presidents. They are selected until Trump. You see what I'm saying? So this is why another reason why they hate Donald Trump so much, because Donald Trump have always been anti-establishment. He's outside of their system. Starting to make sense now. And I said I was going to bring this up for maybe the naysayers and the never Trumpers. Maybe they'll come around because I'm quite certain that a lot of people are not privy to this information that I'm reading. I know Omega's on it. There could be some of you guys out there that may know this as well, and you can chime in. Okay, so let me go back here. September the 3rd, 1783, all American colonists became free, sovereign people, endowed with the same rights as the King of England had. There was also, you guys may remember this, you also, also via the Treaty of Paris in September of 1783, King George parted the Northwest Territory, which was unsettled and not yet colonized. The Northwest Ordinance, was set in place in July of 1787 to govern the territory until such a time the territory became a state, united with the initial 13, which is the 13 colonists. All right, so Omega has here fascism, yeah, is the lucrative merger between government and production. Absolutely. All for the state, and anything not of the state should be curtailed as traders, right? Um, yep. Let me see here. Should get my glasses here. Um, um, what's it? Shit, I can't get my glasses. All right. Paraphrase. Yeah, there we go. Got my glasses now. Feel better now. So yeah, so what Omega said is absolutely correct, ladies and gentlemen. He's absolutely right about that. And that's basically what ended up happening, though, Break it down further, just a simple thing, though. Corporations, right, married into our government, which is called fascism. Straight like that. That's why we had a fascist government, if that's a word. But in any event, they have married with each other. Trump said that when he's going into office, he's going to separate the corporations to make sure that they never are involved with our political, because right now they're making all the laws. American people are not making laws. The governments are. I'm sorry, the corporations are. So Trump said he's going to take that away, you know, where they would never, ever, ever be allowed to manipulate, but they also would never be able to be a part of our government. So that's basically what it is. They would never be allowed to be in our government. And this is what we got to be reminded of, man. So Trump is really bringing us back to these good old days when we were outside of, we didn't have any type of regulations. We had our sovereignty. And this is what Trump is really trying to do, you know? But he's going to do it because you know why? He has the people backing him. The people of the United States. We're talking about United States of America, which is his people. So let's go ahead and go further down here, right? Um, so we talked about, the Treaty of Paris, right? Talked about that. And let me see here. I'm going to get to some other parts here. Um, okay, Omega says, funny how the actual fascists are called everyone else Nazis. I know, right? And the fascists, it is called black propaganda to propagandize your unpopular against our popular movement. Exactly. Because the power structure, as Omega poetically typed in here and said, this is exactly what it is. They are the ones that are pushing anybody that opposes the deep state. And we're just going to call them deep state because that's what everybody is familiar with them now. I've been knowing about the deep state well over 25 years. This stuff was really considered to be conspiracy theory. But it's funny how conspiracy theory is jumping off the pages as conspiracy now. You know, because most people they didn't believe it back then. Now they're believing it. And this is what this is what Omega was just saying. So anybody that speaks out against the establishment is considered a Nazi, right? Omega. They did this a long time ago too. Me too. I knew about this. Yeah, I know you did, Omega. You know, we might have came around. Let me see here. I came into this type of stuff back in. Let me see here. I want to say probably about. I was. It was a little before you, but I want to say in the '90s, somewhere around there. Probably about 94, 95, and 97, somewhere around there, 1997, when I started coming into this stuff, you know. I Like I said, Bill Cooper, Alex Jones, we talk about Jordan Maxwell, Tex Mars, all these guys were like these were like the top conspiracy theory experts at the time. Some of them are passed on, but some of them, most of them are gone or whatever. But their books and information, ladies and gentlemen, you guys got to get into that, you know. So let's go here. I think this one will be interesting. Okay, so here it is right here. All right. Philadelphia is the capital. The Articles of Confederation, we agree by the United States in Congress, assembled in November the 5th, 1777, and were ratified March the 1st, 1781. From the time of the Declaration of Independence, July 4th, 1776, to the time of the Articles of Confederation, there was a space of time of 16 months and 11 days during a period of time. The several nations, states, countries were sovereign unto themselves as related to foreign earthly powers, right? There was an outstanding debt. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Remember what I said earlier? All right, so there was an outstanding debt of 17 million silver liras from French banks over 21 separate occasions, all due to December the 1st, 1789. Therefore, a bankruptcy charter had to be drafted on September the 17th, 1787. 12 states delegates approved the Constitution. The United States have now become a constitutors, right? Constitutors in the civil law, one who by simple agreement became responsible for the payment of others' debt. The state was liable for the debt owed to the king of the people of America were not. The people are not a party to the Constitution because it was never put to them for a vote. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Huh. Isn't that something? Now, mirroring that, so the opposite side of the mirror. We're talking about the Articles of Confederation, right? Certain members, now on the corporation side, certain members of Congress created the District of Columbia. You know that little place in Delaware, right? The one where a lot of credit cards and where the bankster crooks in politics hide over there. You know what I'm saying? We got this is gonna get fun now, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so certain members of Congress created by the District of Columbia from the portions of two states, Virginia and Maryland. Many physicality, right, united together, they are virgin married to form more perfect union as the new United States, right? And then it has down here the U.S. title and code in their awkward definition called D.C., the United States. The new United States, the new United States includes states such as District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, Guam, and American Samoa, the Virgin Islands, and the Northern Mariana Islands. It does not include 50 United States. Isn't that something? Huh? 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 Boy, we gonna learn something today, right? Okay, all rule come from the District of Columbia, right? Which is ran by a Gnostic priesthood of the Una Disclosed Mystery Babylon. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Where's my nuclear bombs at? Oh man. Boy, this is the Mystery Babylon, right? Masonic rule. Some of the Masonic symbols it found in the layout of the district's streets. The Washington Monument, the obelisk, the Pentagon, and on the back of the $1 reserve note. Here it is, though, ladies and gentlemen. It's all laid out right in front of us. It's all laid out, right? Let's talk about it further. President Andrew Jackson. Now, here we go now. We about to go ahead and talk about this now, right? Okay. So let's go ahead and talk about it. Did I skip anything? We're going to go a little further. Now, we're going back on the USA side, right? Now I'm back on the left side again. So we talked about the articles that was established. And I appreciate, I appreciate you guys subscribing to my channel. Thank you. So the articles established as a sovereignty nation of people, but all constitutions are bankrupt chapters, right? Bankrupt charters or compacts. President Andrew Jackson, we talked about him yesterday a little bit, paid the debt in 1830, in 1832, while discussing the bank renewal bill to the delegations of banks, to bankers. I call them banksters, but at any event, that's my personal opinion. He said, "You are a den of vipers and thieves. I intend to root you out, and by the external God, I will root you out." This is what President Andrew Jackson said. You know who's mirroring President Andrew Jackson? It's Trump. Andrew Jackson, for you guys that don't know, when he was the president, right? This is the 1830s. He went up against the establishment back then, right? And won. And paid that debt. What was this like? What was it, Omega? $17 million is what I remember reading. But in that time, that was a lot of money back then. But he paid them off, right? And got America out of debt, right? This was a turning point. They don't like Andrew Jackson. The establishment, the deep state, don't like Andrew Jackson very much, right? Okay, Omega said, okay, right, because he's like my information man as well, man. Um, but yeah, so this is what ended up happening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the pinnacle point of what we're talking about. I'm gonna read what Omega has to say here. You know, let me see here. We got MC Omega. We got another one. Okay, the same people. Okay, I know it's just different. Okay, Omega says. Okay, let's see. No, just no. The okay, so the demo KKK rats are the real fascists, which is true, and I have left them alone since 2000. So have a good one with that. Also, I am far more devil dog than you are. Oh yeah, he's a Marine boy. Nobody, I know what a devil dog is. That's the Marines. I got friends that are Marines. Omega said, funny how the Democrats flipped since Woodrow Wilson, a bank brought Democrat. Man, I thought you guys were the same, Omega. I do apologize. We got another person in here. I'm getting confused. Yes, that is about right. Okay. Sky King Gaming says, fun fact about the history: Democratic Party was founded by the leader of the KKK, vice president during Lincoln's leadership, and was a Republican after Abraham Lincoln, the vice president, took over. Sky King Gaming said first thing he did was try to bring back slavery. Okay. Let me ask you this though, Sky King. So I'm just gonna ask the questions though right now to you. So basically what you're trying to say is that um about the Republicans, right? Now you're saying about Abraham Lincoln, because he wrote the Emancipation Proclamation, right? In fact, I did a video about the birth of the Republican Party, and anybody that know about the Republican Party, and I'm sure you may know this, they were against slavery, anti-slavery, to stop the spread of slavery out to the West. They were birthed out in Missouri originally, and then the headquarters is right here in Jackson, Michigan. You know, that is the official town of the true birth of the Republican Party in Jackson, Michigan. This is all documented. Blacks used to know this, but whites too back then in those early days. I'm misled about that. Enlighten me though, Sky King Gaming. This is very interesting. I'm quoting fact to you in regards to that is what happened. So what you're saying, go ahead. I'm gonna let you explain. Then I'm gonna go back on my point. But I'm interested. I'm interested to know. Go right ahead. Explain how I'm misled about the Republican Party. Go right ahead, please. I'm gonna wait for him to type here. It's interesting though. I do enjoy opposing viewpoints, but go right ahead. I'm interested. Yep, I'm interested. I'm knowing about that. While we wait for Sky King Gaming and things like that, so Andrew Jackson, where was I? While we're waiting on that, because I could do other things while we're waiting for him on that. All right. All right. So where were we here? Colombia. Why did they use the word Columbia? Columbia is a name for a goddess, right? Of creation, war, and destruction, right? More known as the goddess of death and pain. She is derived from the imaginary of Semiramis, the wife of Nimrod and the queen of Babylon, right? Okay, so Sky King Gaming says wasn't about the Republican Party. Um, the fact was about LOL. It was pointing out the vice president during Lincoln and whatever and things like that. Okay, let me go back and okay, I'm gonna read this. Was a leader of the KKK, which the vice president was a Democrat. Lincoln was. Omega says I was questioning Sky King Gaming about Andrew Jackson, uh, Lincoln's VP. Okay, so Sky King Gaming, Omega asked you a question. I know you see it there. Go ahead and answer his question in regards to that. He said that I was questioning Sky King Gaming about Andrew Johnson's, Andrew Johnson. Let's say Andrew Johnson, which is Lincoln's VP. He's questioning you about that. So enlighten us a little bit more. So, are you saying that Lincoln's VP was Ku Klux Klan? So so I want to know. I want to know about this though too. Omega says Lincoln's VP was a Democrat, right? Andrew Johnson, which you said that he was a leader of the Ku Klux Klan. Sky King Gaming says yes, Andrew Johnson was Ku Klux Klan. Now, could you cite your sources where you gotten that from? I don't know a lot about Andrew Johnson, to be honest with you. I'm not saying that he was Ku Klux Klan, and I'm not saying that he wasn't Ku Klux Klan. But I mean, Omega says Ku Klux Klan was the founder, right, in Tennessee, not the same country. I mean, not the same county. Um, Reliable votes, 95% Democrat. So we do know that the Democrats have a history with the Ku Klux Klan. They're rooted with the Ku Klux Klan. That we do know for a fact, right? But the main thing is that Lincoln, we don't care about the vice president, if he was or not, whatever the case may be. We're talking about, okay, Billy Sharp says, morning, brother. Yeah, Billy Sharp, yeah. Good morning to you, sir. Welcome to the channel. Yep. And by the way, I'm gonna have a friend of mine on here later. We're gonna do another live later. I just wanted to get this out real quick because I want this to be able to run through real quick, and then I'm gonna come back later on. Um, MC says greetings from South America. Greetings to you too. Hola, como está? Mega says I don't know much about Johnson. I don't either, except his sympathy about the South and the Reconstruction. I do know a lot about the Reconstruction period, but he also hindered Reconstruction to create more grievance to pigeonhole the feds. Yeah. So, you know, like I said, I'm not calling you out for say though, Sky King Gaming. I don't know a lot about Andrew Johnson, like that. But one thing about it is that Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, and it didn't have much to do with the freeing of the slaves. It could have been part of that, but most importantly is that he also, like Andrew Jackson, he was going up against the cartel, as we know, was the deep state. Now that is an actual fact, because remember when he took the monetary, he took the money from their control and put it back to the people. He started creating what they call greenbacks, if you remember that, right, in the history. So when Lincoln started creating those greenbacks, we pretty much know what ended up happening at that point. He was assassinated. John Wilkes Booth, right, in the auditorium on the balcony. I think he shot him in the back of the head, right? Um, what's her name? Mary Lincoln, which is Mary Todd. She come from an aristocratic background, though. her family bloodline is part of the 13 bloodlines of the Illuminati. What I remember reading about that. If you look at the Todd family, they're very powerful people. So there's a little history about that as well. You know, um, yeah, yeah. Like Omega is shouting out to you as well, man, in Spanish. All right. I mean, I said call you Hork. Hork, Horker Adorphus. All right. Time will show who the fascists are. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, Billy Sharp says, I was on here talking with you about a week ago about Abe Lincoln, the first stolen election. Okay, interesting enough. I have a distinct relative that was one of the first Secret Service of for Lincoln. Man, that's interesting, man. You know, Billy Sharp, I'm gonna have to you a Mega Man when I get. Like I said, I'm all set up now just to give you guys some caught up, catch up time. I'm actually able to do lives now. If I'm talking about give dropped when I do drop the link, obviously I'm not at home in the studio yet. But when I drop the link, you guys will be able to click it, come up in here, speak your piece, talk about this stuff. I love history. I'm a big history buff. I know it's not something that everybody like, but this is something that's to me is very educational and things, and other people need to know this stuff, man. I remember you was mentioning that before. I kind of forgot, but thanks for reminding me, Billy Sharp. Yeah. Oh yeah. Megan said that's Portuguese. Hey, you can tell though, Megan, I'm not. I can say some words. I can't read Spanish. I can read certain words. I say that. I used to live in Phoenix, Arizona. You know. Billy Sharp says, love history. It's also important to know. Yeah, because we already know. Somebody famous said this. When you don't know the past, you're doomed to repeat it. And that's what ended up happening because we have had a insurrection in our governments when it come down to the monetary banking fund. I believe this is our third go around. You know what I'm saying? Our third go around. Sky King Gaming says, "Amen, brother. Better to discuss rather than keeping hate going, right? And yeah, it's good to learn history. Absolutely. Passport bro need to go to Brazil. I know, right? You know, I done heard some stuff about Brazil though, Omega man. There's a guy that I follow, Skyler. Yeah, there's some stuff going down in Brazil. There's another brother that got he got drugged and robbed, and yeah, drugged and robbed over there. You know, so I'm not saying this for all of Brazil. I'm just saying you got to be careful when you go into some of these countries, though. You know, so yeah, you know. I mean, I rock with the. We didn't call it passport bros when I was coming up, man. I have some of my friend. I consider him my older brother as well. He went into the Marines, and when he went into the Marines and everything like that, I mean, we didn't call it that though. It was like the brothers in the military that was going all over the country. So yeah, I mean they were the ones. I mean, yeah, they you know what I'm saying. He the one that put me on game about this stuff. That's why when I started traveling out, man, I went over to Canada and everything and all that when I was like 18 years old, getting it out there, you know. Yep. Yeah, man. Yeah, Mega says, stay away from crowd cities except for tourist areas. Yeah, I know that's right. Billy, that's like I said, Medellin. My nephew been to Cartagena, Colombia, Colombia, and let me see, it's Cali, Colombia, Medellin. Yeah, you gotta be careful in these places, man. To be honest, Billy Sharp says, anytime you see two guys on a motorcycle run, exactly. I've seen that setup. I watched that as well too. They're notorious rolling up two people on a motorcycle, one driving and one could be able to snatch your phone, snatch your purse, snatch. That's how they get down, man. That's how they get down. No disrespects to my Colombian people in the chat. If you are from South America in general, it's all good, man. It's all good, you know. But let's go back to this thing here, man. Right. So the Articles of Confederation are still in operation. He, Patrick Henry, y'all know him, right? He the one that says, I do believe, give me liberty or give me death. Patrick Henry boycotted the Constitutional Convention of 1787 because, as he so eloquently put it, I smell a rat. and suspended us and suspected the worst, that the independent colonies that had thrived for over a century were to be heard under the under one consolidated government, a vast government apartheid uh, form, not on liberty, but on the bureaucratic dreams of monarchy, basically. And this is, let me see, like Alexander Hamilton. You know what, man? I always heard about Alexander Hamilton was supposed to be working as a against the government. Alexander Hamilton, man. What do you guys know about Alexander Hamilton? One could say that he was the one that set up the Treasury. I do know that much, right? Alexander Hamilton, right? Yeah, but at any event, what went down is Andrew Jackson. This is where Trump is been mirroring because he knows history. Obviously, he's surrounded by some of the smartest people on the planet right now. And with Trump, he knows a lot about Andrew Jackson. One could say that he is mirroring what Andrew Jackson have done in the past. Andrew Jackson didn't have to deal with a deep state like Trump have today. We got to keep in mind, since the Kennedys, and since the Kennedys, we're talking a very long time here. We're talking about 60 years ish. The deep state have grown tremendously. You know what I'm saying? So their tentacles are pretty much in everything. Big, huge government. This is one of the main things, though. Trump want to deregulate government to get them out of our lives. But who wants big government? People that are fascists. A lot of, I would say not a lot of liberals, but there's a small pocket of liberals that like the way the system is going right now because of a person that they don't like. And they say, well, since I don't like this person, I'd rather for it to go back to the old system. Omega says Billy Sharp, right? He is somewhere in Southwest Wayne County. I remember that as well, man. And what we're going to do is we're going to all have a powwow, get together and things, meeting of the minds, get together and stuff like that. That'll be real cool, man. And then Sky King Gaming says, I'm up in, let me see here, Chattanooga County, LOL. Yeah, some of these counties I'm not even familiar with. They have a lot of Indian, origins and stuff like that. I can't name all them Indian tribes. I can name the 5 civilized tribes though. Omega says Alexander Hamilton was the bankster exactly and wanted the bank institution situations we have now exactly. He was killed by Aaron Burr. I remember that. They got into a duel. I remember that, right? I remember reading about that, I should say. I'm talking about as I remember it like it was yesterday, right? Yeah, like I was there. Aaron Burr, yeah, in a duel. That was a anti-bank person. So yeah, so you guys history again. Thanks, Omega. Aaron Burr was an anti-bank person versus Andrew Hamilton that would forward the banks. This is why Jefferson did not like Andrew Johnson. I'm sorry, uh, Andrew. Hamilton. He didn't like him at all. Jefferson called him out on several occasions, though. Jefferson did not trust him at all. He really didn't. He wasn't really a prominent person anyway. But in fact, he wasn't even a Native American. He became. He's from like the one of the islands. One of these. One of the islands. I forgot which one it is. But he's from there. Then migrated to America. But he became a citizen. But there's history about him and things, stuff that I have read on about him. Billy Sharp says, I'm watching from Arizona. Man, I used to live over there, man. Arizona. I can get on my roof and see Tombstone, Arizona. You know what? When I lived in Arizona, I never visited Tombstone. I know about it because they have the reenactments there, with Wyatt Earp and the OK Corral and all that, the great standoff shootout. Man, I remember watching the movie Tombstone. Are you kidding me? Doc Holliday, man, they were rolling, man. You had Bill Elliott in there rolling. Yeah, man, it was, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Let me see here. Sky King Gaming says, uh, Chinago is semi in the tri-state area of Binghamton area, but not in Binghamton, like 35 miles out or so. Oh, okay. Sky King Gaming says, and love that movie, Tombstone. Yeah, man, that was like the best ever, man. Yeah. Kirk Russell. Not, yeah, it was a good movie. I'm trying to think here. There's a few people in there. There's the best western ever. Exactly. Billy Sharp. My friends Reese played one Wyatt Earp. Val Kilmer was in there too. One of Wyatt Earp brothers. Oh wow, didn't know that. That's cool. Yeah. Billy Sharp says best movie Western made. Exactly. Val Kilmer. Yeah. Yeah, Val Kilmer, man. That's yep. Doc Holliday, man. He got off on that one, man. It's a good movie. Great movie, actually, man. I think I may watch that one day again. I saw it so many times, man. So many times. Yeah. So yeah. Let me see here. Going back here, ladies and gentlemen. It's all gentlemen here. There's ladies. Sometimes Sherry and some of my other ladies pop in on here as well. Sky King Gaming says, make me want to watch it again, as you should. As you should. You have my full support when you do. And when you come back here, we can talk about it again because it is a great movie, though. A little bit of history in time. I love period piece movies, man. You know what I'm saying? Are you kidding me? As we all history buffs in here, man. This is not something, unfortunately, everybody likes to talk about with history. But in fact, I'm gonna cite the sources right now, and some of you guys may even know what I'm reading off right now. This guy been around for a long time. I thought his site went down, man, because I was so upset. I went back in the Wayback Machine, and it didn't. And that's another thing, though. Yeah, I'll be your Huckleberry. I know, right? I know, Mega, right? Billy Sharp says, just discovered I can sub to a live. Okay. Well, that's great, though, Billy Sharp, man, because if some of you guys can sub, we can have that collaboration of the meetings right over there, man, because I'm using OBS as well, and now that I can drop the links, I tested it with a friend of mine. I'm gonna have him on as a guest as well, and things. But now that I got everything working, yeah, we're gonna have some really great conversations about this stuff. Because the stuff that I try to do it for educational purposes. Because people, as you guys already know, because of the establishment, they got their minds conditioned to hate people of truth and love to entertain the lie. And that's what it is. It's very sad when I pick up a passenger. I picked this woman up a couple of days ago. And, she was a liberal Democrat all her life. She said how she's going to move to Italy because she has a dual citizenship. So she has like a lot of family over there as well. So I just played it off. I just, basically told her this. I don't really know a lot about politics. So I let her get off by saying, how, because I can't stand Trump, is what she said. I hate that guy. I hate him for what he has done and everything like that. So I was just asking her questions. She said that, Trump is this and that, everything but the child of God, you know what I'm saying? So I listened to it. And that's another thing, though, ladies and gentlemen. I decided, especially with my passengers, not to get into a debate with them because it's going to win. It's going to lose badly. And Omega, I'm gonna read what you said. I didn't even go in there because I know what Italy's economy is not the greatest either, and that's another thing. But Omega says, I'm gonna read what he says right now. He's like, Italy? Question marks. Hmm. She will have a rude awakening. I know, right? They are pretty friendly about Trump in Italy. That they are. In fact, the people are friendly about Trump in Italy. They are friendly about people in the UK. They are friendly about people in Germany right now. Not their government, but the people. All around the world, people, even in South Africa, they love Trump in South Africa. This is an actual fact. Japan, they got a big old what on float things with Donald Trump. The people of the world, as Billy Sharp says, um, Trump is liked globally, and the establishment cannot accept that. They don't like that. So so here we are, fellas. We know with the establishment, right? This is a small minority people that are operating in Washington, inside or outside. We know that they are a small minority. Trump has the power globally as well as the people in America. You cannot go, whatever they throw at Trump at this point, it's going to end up backfiring because he has the love and the support of the people. That's all that really matters. That's it. It's like game over. Okay, so Sky King Gaming says hate is a strong word that people misuse and abuse. I agree. And people who hate Trump don't even know a single truth about him, which is true, or refuse to acknowledge the truth that is correct. Go further, they will not read any of his policies at all. That's how deep the hatred goes. I have relatives that are on that same stuff. They rather spit out propaganda as opposed to getting down to the truth. You know, Billy Sharp says, I think he spends whatever puppet shows that's going on. Um, yeah, up ends. Yeah, that's the thing about it. I mean, we all talking about. Omega says, Billy Sharp, you're preaching at the choir here, which is true. I mean, yeah, we all know it. Yeah, it's all choir stuff at this point, but I appreciate it though. I accept it because it's good to know that we all are like-minded in this room, talking about it. I was gonna do a little bit about the Federal Reserve as well too, but I decided to talk about this more importance. Talking about the Federal Reserve, it's like watching paint dry. A lot of people don't like talking about money at all. And you will lose a lot of people on that one big time, man. I mean, but I will say this, and I have made hints, which I am going to go there about the Federal Reserve as I'm going down the line, because it has to be said, you know. Omega says that was referencing his direct message at me. I got you. I understand. Yeah, it's all good, man. But that's the thing about it, though, man. I mean, how they got this thing set up. The real capital, if I'm correct, is supposed to be in Virginia, not the District of Columbia, right? Um, Billy Sharp says it's epic, really. I don't remember an American president that had as such global support for sure we are watching history. I said the same thing, Billy Sharp, on several occasions, man. This is the guy that got Democrats from being Democrats to Republicans, or moderates working with Democrats. Now, this have happened before, but I'm saying not at this magnitude. You know what I'm saying? Not at this magnitude. We are truly watching history. But like I said, we don't need to fight with them. We don't need to have these confrontations and all this other stuff. Because, like I said before, when Trump established himself in the seat of power to undo what has been done under the so-called America, which is the corporation, he's undoing it, dismantling it, one chunk at a time. The way that you defeat an elephant, by one chunk at a time. And that's exactly what Trump is doing. And now that he has a rock solid cabinet that he can trust, because before he didn't have that. He had a lot of spies before. We talked about that yesterday. The way that he has it set up right now, we are about to go into new areas like never before. I never heard a president talk the way that Trump talks. He said that he was constitutionalist as well. I never heard nobody speak like this before. Never, because I remember all the other presidents were all bought. They weren't elected, they were selected, right? Omega says, Billy Sharp, they gave us the illusion that um, Obama was globally liked, which he wasn't. He was acceptable until he wasn't. Yeah, because we already know. And I still say, and this is me, I still say that he's not an American citizen at all. They even put his birth certificate and all that. They had all that forgery up there on Telegram before the CEO got scared off, because they threatened Telegram CEO, as you guys already know. That's why I took it off. I used to be on Telegram and things like that before they sold out and things. So yeah, mm-mm, mm-mm. Yeah, before they sold out. But yeah, they had it up on there. I do, if I remember. So Obama, born in Kenya, raised in Indonesia, and when that come out, yeah, because that people that were responsible for that should be arrested on all type of levels. You know what I'm saying? A lot of your presidents also belong to the Council of Foreign Affairs too. That is an organization tied into the Bilderberg Group and all the rest of them. Committee 300, where they meet every 4 years at different locations, hotels across the world, pushing in an agenda. This stuff is all documented. You know what I'm saying? This is not conspiracy, ladies and gentlemen. This is actually documented. They are the ones that have been writing and setting up the laws. Was it the Georgia Guidestones and stuff like that? Which one day we should talk about that as well, and things. So, they all have an agenda, right? So, yeah, these particular people. It's interesting, though. Billy Sharp says, I'm not sure he isn't actually married to Mike or Michelle. Yeah, exactly, right? Mega says, pushback on 1952. They changed the law. One of your parents are still American. You are an American citizen, regardless of where you are born. His mother never. Um, okay, okay, gotcha. Okay, so is that what it is? Okay, I thought. Okay, so birthright. Okay, so we know about birthright citizenship, right? Okay, so yeah, going back to your point, Omega. Yeah, okay. So if any of okay, so she's an American. Okay, so that would mean that she was able to bring him back to the United States because she is of American citizenship. So because of birthright citizenship is what you're saying, basically. Okay, Sky King Gaming says no person in power is constitutionally supported to ever be in power if not born in the U.S. presidential, judicial, or legislative? Huh. No person in power is constitutionally supported. Okay. Over the power if not born in right. So yeah, that's exactly. So if he wasn't born, and that's the thing about it though. So let me ask you this though, Omega. Um, okay? So we know about the birthright citizenship, right? Like you know what I'm saying. So you know basically what it is. I don't even have to go into a whole bunch of explanation about it, but I'll just say this. You know how people are born, like with the illegals, for instance, right? And this is another thing. It shouldn't even be controversial, but it lets you know how a lot of Americans, the liberal ones that are fighting against this, they are the ones that don't know about the history, know what the deal in the Constitution. They don't know anything about that, but they are the ones that are fighting against this. The birthright citizenship only entitles, even with the blacks, though, 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment alone, where we were included in that. Because at the time, blacks wasn't included as a citizen truly after the abolishment of slavery until the Constitution. And those were put in there in that placement to allow us birthright citizenship. But yeah, I mean, that's it's just amazing to me. Omega says this was brought up with American soldiers having kids. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, though, man. Because who's an army brat? Isn't Martin Lawrence? I think he was born in Germany, and Kobe Bryant was born in Italy. Let me see here. You have J. Cole. He was born. I forgot which country he was born. We have a list of celebrities that were born outside of the United States of America. So that goes to your point, Omega. Yep. Kobe Bryant was born in Kobe, Japan, and was raised in Italy. Thus, this is why they called him Kobe. Well, I'm learning something every day. I love learning, man. I love learning. Makes a lot of sense. That's a great place to be born in. So he's a Japanese citizen all this time, really. That's amazing, though, man. So was that because his family was in the military? Okay, got you. Yeah, all right. Yeah, this is something, though. This is something right here, man. Yeah, we are really putting in some information here, though, in regards to this. But yeah. Let me see here. Well, we got someone new here. 15 Jorada says, well, John McCain was born outside the United States, and his parents military. His parents was military, so he could still run for president. Yeah, got a good point. Okay, so I stand corrected, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, correct me when I'm wrong. I don't have no problem at all. I don't know it all, but hey, makes a lot of sense, though. Makes a lot of sense. Japan does not have birthright. Oh, they don't? So they don't have birthright. Okay. All right. Did not know that either. You got to apply for citizenship. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And things, though. Makes a lot of sense. Hey, that's why I say, man, I'm learning something. I love doing lives because I can get people that know a lot of stuff. I know some things. I'm not like you guys. You guys are like the big, big top dogs here. I'm just a little pup, man. I know nothing. I'm just a random guy here that's an Uber driver. I know nothing. And I still don't know nothing, man. You know what I'm saying? But it's interesting. It's interesting about this stuff. Some of you guys have educated me on some things, you know. I'm just a vessel. That's all I am. Not an empty vessel. You know what I'm saying? There's a difference. I'm not Kamala Harris. Yeah, I don't want to speak. I gotta have my studio set up right? And then let's pre-record the stuff. So therefore, once we pre-record it, I gotta go over it and see if I said that or if I like that. Can you imagine, man, if she would have ever been president, man? That's what we've been dealing with. Omega says, I was stationed in Japan. I figured you were though, Omega. I got my buddies that has been over there. I had a Japanese girlfriend. I heard of several of you guys had Japanese girlfriends. There. My Japanese is strong. Oh, konnichiwa, genki desu ka? Yukuri hanashite kudasai. Huh? Domo. Yeah, hi. Hi. Watashi desu ka? That's cool, man. That's what's up. Uh-huh. Yep. And I took private Chinese lessons. The reason why I knew some Japanese because when I was in high school, there was an exchange. Yeah, there was an exchange student that I became very good friends with, and he was a very good friend of mine. And he was teaching me in my homeroom. He was teaching me Japanese. His name was Toshi Matsumoto, straight from Tokyo, Japan. And we were very good friends. And he was teaching me about about Japanese and everything, and gave me some of the history of the culture. My cousin, she visited Japan too. She was over there in the '90s and stuff like that as well. Sky King Gaming says at 15 Gerada, the problem with that is that the Constitution, if you remember, right, right, specificity, let me see here, states that no person can be empowered who was not born in the United States. Okay, right, right. That makes a lot of sense, right? Omega says, LOL, polite Japanese. When I talk, I use, okay, the Yakuza slang. Oh, you do? Oh, that means, man, you using like Yakuza. Well, they're thinking that you part of the Yakuza, you know? Mm-hmm. Man, yeah. Yeah, so Sky King Gaming says birthright citizenship only counts towards citizenship in the U.S. when born outside of the United States Constitution, not allow them to be in power. Okay, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yep, I definitely know that. But yeah, man, I've studied. I took private Chinese Mandarin Chinese lessons too, which is the most difficultest language to learn. Is Mandarin Chinese. Omega says, 15 Gerada says, you must have one Japanese parent married to, yeah, now that I know, right? To a Japanese. Or have a Japanese genetic, like, let me see here, Brazilian Japanese, which I've seen them, and they are very beautiful women, and to gain citizenship in Japan. They even have them over there in Colombia too. They have a little bit of a Japanese Colombians that I have seen too, though. That's a beautiful blend right there. Okay, and I've seen even the black women, man. There was like half black that they Naomi Osaka. I've seen some on there. The tennis player that's half Haitian, half Japanese. Yeah, Omega says, no, I saw a YouTube video of a black American dude that became a citizen of Japan. Oh yeah, I know people that became citizens of Japan too. I mean, you can become citizens of Japan, but Omega says yes, they were ex, yeah, basically uh, yeah, it was an race, expirates. Oh, these were like expats basically from World War II. Yeah, I just call it expats. Yeah, yeah. Some of these words y'all throwing out, man. I'm just a regular. You know me. You guys are way above me on some of these wording. I'm gonna tell you that though, man. I see. I got some homework to do. 15 Gerada says, nah, this guy was recently kind of middle age. Huh. Yeah, but y'all heard about Japan has a birth crisis over there, man. their birth rate is really low. And they've been asking black men. I don't know how true that is, but I know they do have a birthright. I mean, not birthright, but a birth rate issue. So what we need to do is that it's my duty to go over there to help Japan, man, because I have to do my duty over there to help them out. What kind of man would I be of allowing the Japanese birth rate to decline? You know, if we can't seem to get them looking like full Japanese, I'm sure they would settle for half Japanese, half black. And I'm willing to do my duty to go over there to help them out. You know, Omega says, y'all want to be the very best, you know? Exactly. Omega says, if you have enough money, you can gain citizenship. Yeah, because, yeah, that's the thing about it. If you got enough money, though, because they're not taking, in fact, you can't even get a work visa over there in Japan unless you have a 4-year degree. And you have to show that you could be able to take care of yourself over there financially. They're gonna be looking at all that stuff, you know, as they should. And this is what they should be doing here in America. I agree, and I think it may be revamped because we need to have stricter vetting on that type of stuff here. Because Japan does not have nowhere near the problems that we have over here in America. Very true. Feminist, yeah, feminist or feminism in Japan. I heard about that. Omega says you want a feminist Japanese woman. I wouldn't mind a feminist Japanese woman. I had an opportunity to have a Japanese girlfriend. I didn't take her up on that offer though. This is over here in America, but I know that the stereotypes about Asian women being submissive and all that's not true. I know that for a fact. Women are women, man. This like you pointed out, Omega, a feminist or feminism. You know what I'm saying? This I'm saying feminist. That is a movement, right? That a lot of us men do not like, and it's spreading all over the world. It's just not here in the Western world, but it's in China. I talked to some Chinese men, and they even talked about it. It's in China. It's in Korea, big time, man. You know, Korea. Oh man, you know what I'm saying? It's bad, man. And some of the guys from India have talked about it as well. It's spreading in India. This is a cancer that studies spreading. 15 Gerada says we have we don't have that highlight of birth rate of in the United States either. It is 1.66 in the U.S. and should be like 2.1. Well, I admit it has been a decline though. 15 Gerada. Because, I mean, right now, the way things are going, man, I mean, shit, relationships are dying, man, really. There's more single people. I'm one of them. I'm in that statistic. I'm in the statistic, you know. Everything, how they jacked this economy up, a lot of other things. Divorce, as a man that got a little something, you want to keep that something, man. You don't want to be getting into marriage, and the marriage laws are against us. I know we talked about this before. Alimony, you know what I'm saying? Child support. That'll ruin a man. You don't want to be up in age and got to pay that stuff, man. That would destroy you, you know? I know guys living in a car and all this. It's terrible, man. Sky King Gaming says, don't go to Taiwan. You're going to have to tell me why, though, Sky King Gaming. You can elaborate. I don't know a whole lot about Taiwan, Taipei, Taiwan, but go right ahead. Omega says, thank France, birthplace of socialism and feminism. Yeah, exactly. I would never want it, man. Them French women, man, they are horrible. The women in Sweden too, man. Horrible, man. Horrible. And some of those Scandinavian countries, man. Horrible, man. No, I wouldn't mess with them at all. They ain't got no worry about me. No way in the world, man. I mean, we got the feminist bitches over here. That's enough we got to deal with. You know what I'm saying? I love feminists. I love a woman that is feminine, but not a feminist. Big difference. Sky King Gaming says, LOL. I'm in that statistic also. I vowed to stay single till the day I die. Hey, I understand that, you know. I understand that, you know what I'm saying? Because what we already know already, Sky King, is never your girl, it's just your turn, my man, my friend. It's never your woman, it's just your turn. Mega says, I'm I'm going to Brazil in April. That's what's up. I want to go there. Or May again. I have a main in Brazil. That's what's up though, Omega. Half Japanese, half Portuguese. I'm gonna be on the same thing that you are. In fact, though, Omega, when we hook up offline, man, we got a lot to talk about because, like I said, I rock with the passport bros. I'm also rock with International Passport out of the UK. He got a nice channel. You guys should check him out too. I used to be on his lives a lot, but it wasn't about politics. It was more about what has been going on over here in America, and things of that nature. But Billy Sharp says, I raised two-step kids from 4 and 5. Now they are 18 and 19, and my youngest is 11. Billy Sharp, how's that working out for you, man? Because I mean, my brother dealt with that stuff with blended families, man. It was horrible every time. Got his draws kicked in his, you know what, every time, man. But I'm not saying that that's for everybody. But if it works out for you, Billy Sharp, man, power to you, man. Power to you. 15 Gerada says, shoot. Okay, shoot. I want myself a Colombian woman. Yeah, they are beautiful. I'm gonna mention this, give some advice. And I've talked with him before. What's his name? Hold on, let me read this here. I'll come up with it in a minute. Omega says, I don't mess with women with children. I don't either. I don't have kids. I don't either. And I'm 46 years old and my main is 27. That is the sweet spot. Mega, you just hit it right here, man. Let me go ahead and do this here. So let me pin that message. We're gonna pin what Omega says. There you go. That is the mantra right there. Especially if you're an older man, younger man. What Omega just said, I gotta pin that, man. Because that right there is so important, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? That is so important. I don't do the woman thing that have children at all. Mm-mm. And don't say, I'm not saying that I didn't do it. I dated women with children. It's not your child, it's not your legacy. And then you got to deal with the stepfather in most cases, not all cases. Some of the stepdaddies, the real daddies don't really have nothing to do with them. But they know who their daddies are, and most kids don't like their stepdaddies. As much as you do for her and the kids, you can't discipline them, right? And, like I said, and this ain't the mantra straight across, but the statistics are so against winning, especially in the so-called black community. It's even worse. It's horrible. I done heard horror stories around men all over, man. But I'm not saying, Sky King, I'm not saying that this is a mantra. I want to put that out right now. I salute guys that are willing to do it. I get it. But I am not willing to take that chance. Sorry. All right. So 15 Gerada said, "It's okay. Is it a hell of a man to take care of someone else's kids?" Prompt to you at Billy. Uh, Omega says she is the youngest of 7 kids. All right, got you. That's a beautiful thing, Omega man. It's just so refreshing. You had me at part Japanese. And Japanese women, Megan know this already. When it comes down to having children by a Japanese woman, they are some of the most, when it comes down to raising children, they do that very, very well. It's amazing to me how they're able to have a job and they can really time manage very well for most of them. I've seen it with my own eyes from a friend of mine's wife that's Japanese. I said, man, this is an amazing thing. They do wonderful work as being a mother and things. And I think what it has a lot to do with that is that their father as well as their mother they have a very close relationship with the father and mother, and that's the keys. That's one of the things I talk with the younger guys about vetting women, and not it wouldn't be ideal to date a woman that's a single, come from a single parent, especially on the mother side. You're gonna have problems. If the woman never had a father, how you gonna expect for her to respect men? Bark and buck against authority every time, or a man's masculinity, like thus what we've been dealing with now. I have dealt with this in the black community all my life. This is a major problem, and it started becoming more prevalent with the baby boomers, and it really hit our generation X. It hit us majorly hard, man, and we haven't recovered from it. Omega says, I did, but it is BS, especially when the daddy wants the kids exactly in their life. And the woman doesn't. Okay, the woman doesn't. Okay, I had to get her ass about that. Yeah, I know that's right, Omega, man. Yeah, I won't do it. Sky King Gaming says, I can't do kids. Like, yes, I think they are more important than adults. Yeah, I agree with that, as they are the future, but I can't deal with them personally. My PTSD, and I respect that. Not everybody is everybody, I should say, like kids, or I should say want to have children. You got to really know yourself. You suffering from, like you said, PTSD and other things. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, because you got to have a lot of patience dealing with children. Billy Sharp says blended families is hard. Their dad, right, is meth head. Both are outliving life right now with jobs done good. Okay, doing good. Yeah. Mega says that is part of the plan, divide and conquer. Yeah, that is absolutely correct. They're doing a great job of that. But Omega, man, you are on to something, my friend, man. You really are, man. My brother, you are on to something there, man, because like I said, I have always been a big fan of the passport bros. I experience it myself, and I tell young black men especially how they should have their passport, right? Don't toss that, doesn't cost that much to buy a passport. If you can afford Jordans, you can afford a passport. And I gave the advice, if you find a woman there, do not bring her back to America. Do not do it. If you do it, just know what you're going to be dealing with, because again, our society does not support what is going on over there in their country and things like that. Japan, I haven't visited, but Omega has, and it seems to me, and I could be wrong, that women over there, because they're in their culture, they know their own customs, and Japan has their own checks and balances on certain things. I know the cheating is very, very high over there too in Japan. Um, Whether they have this thing called Shinto, right, which is their religion. Omega know what I'm talking about with this stuff. So it's very rare that I have run across a Japanese person that is a Christian in things, because a lot of them have the Shinto religion, right? So, so that could be one of the other issues. How they don't. It's amazing how some of them view cheating and things like that. And for the part of it is that they seem to not have a problem when it come down to certain things like that. So, like I said, it's not 100% in Japan, but I'm even willing to take that versus what I got to deal with over here. You know what I mean? To keep it real. Let me see here. Omega says the other flaw is who is prioritizing a if A has kids and B doesn't. Are the kids prioritized, or is B? Either you are a good parent, or a good lover. Can't be both. One will be back burned. Yeah, back burner. One would be I guess put on the back burner. I got you. Yeah, that's the thing about it. You know, either or, either way is correct. That's what Henry Ford quote was. You are correct either way. If you believe or you don't believe, either way is correct. Omega says cheating, like open relationships, unless specified. So you must specify early. Yeah, I agree with that. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Yep. So, yeah, Sky King Gaming says honestly, kids should always come first, but some adults see lust too much. Yeah, I see that though too. And things. Ain't no society perfect. I still would take Japan. I'll take a Japanese woman over an American woman. Sorry, I will, for obvious reasons that we have talked about. You know what I'm saying? And I'm in the process next year or two of going places and checking this stuff out because I do have a passport. And yes, I will be partaking on the splendors and things. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I am. Yeah. When it come down to passport bros, and actually, I did a little thing about it, and we're gonna be. I think I'm gonna do my next live on the passport things and have you guys talk about it and stuff like that. Who was the other guy that been on the international passports? What's his name that teaches IT, cybersecurity? I'm trying to think of his name right now. Uh, yeah, but I've talked with him and things, and this guy here been over 40 different countries around the world. He also can speak Japanese like Omega fluently and things. So I only could say some things, but I took private Mandarin Chinese lessons though, which is it's very difficult to uh, to learn that language. And when I first got in this thing, thinking like I can be able to do this thing like Japanese, it was another whole thing though, you know. So yeah, but I can still say stuff to people in Chinese. I wouldn't necessarily between. I'm gonna tell you the Asian women, and I told the young guys this. Now tell me, guys, if I'm. I mean, some of you guys may. I know Omega know what I'm talking about. Out of the Asian women, you have Japanese, Chinese, Korean, Laotian, right? You have Vietnamese, Cambodian. You also have what's that? Myanmar. You have let me see here, Philippines, Thailand, right? You have women over there in these areas and stuff. I think that Filipino women, in general, they make they make very very good wives. You have to find the right one though. Thai women, yeah, Thai women have their. I love Thai food though too. Thai women, but Indonesia, Indo-Chinese, I ran across a few. Omega says, hell, Kevin Samuels spoke about passport. And here's the thing about it, Omega. If Kevin Samuels would have still been around today, he would have actually, if he would have lived, he would have been a passport, bro. He was, he was really rooting for the sisters, man. It was a shame how black women that gained, it was terrible. You mean to tell me that the negative part of black women, now there was a lot of positive black women that he changed their mind too, but the negative talked about Kevin Samuels so bad, it was terrible, man. He was really, his whole thing was about getting them together, getting them to behave and getting them to act. After Kevin Samuels, it turned those guys off. Those guys that was in his mixed group, I know a guy that been in his mixed group. He does very well financially, but at the same time, all those guys became passport bros. I think that attorney dude, what's his name? I think he became. I think he said he found his wife on the mix. I don't know if they're still together or not. It might be still together, but in other words, man, a lot of the other brothers, they jetted out of there, man. They went over. They got their passport. They said hell with it, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them. Omega said Indonesia, Indo-Chinese, yeah. There's some good women over there in Indonesia too. Good loving. Good loving. What's that? Singapore, Malaysia. Good loving. Good loving. I think you can't go wrong with a lot of these. Uh, I would say certain parts of Africa too. Ethiopian women and things like that. A lot of them are Christian. They pride themselves on having their religion, which is they have more of the pure form of Christianity than anybody in the world. They've never been invaded before. People have tried to go in there like the Italians and got whooped up on majorly. So that country never been conquered. And they have what is it, 81 books of the Bible there in Ethiopia. They have their culture very well intact. This is one of the reasons thus we don't see a lot of their women shaking it up, shaking their behind, and all this other kind of stuff. They are intact. Omega says Nigeria stick with Igbo and Yuba. Yeah, stay away from Hausa. Okay, got you. Yeah, because I know those are the three major tribes in Nigeria and things like that. Yeah. I am from Lagos, Nigeria, and I wanted to talk to you. I am evil. Yeah, I am evil, and yeah, we have the what is it, the business part of it down, which they do. One is the education, one is the business of it. What is it, Omega? These they remind me like the Indians, the East Indians, because you have Punjabi that know the business aspects of it. Then you have the other the major tribes in India, or I should say different. You know what I'm saying? And one of them have the educational part of it. Yeah. So you know what I'm trying to say though. They have a specialty like you look at all the Dunkin' Donuts, you look at the hotels and all the rest of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Omega know what I'm talking about. Y'all all know what I'm talking about. Yep, it happens because of the British. Yeah, exactly. The colonization of British rule in Africa, in Nigeria, as well as in India. Some of the other ones follow the same colonization with French, Dutch, Belgian. We can go on and name them. In Italy, we go on and name them. A lot of those countries in Africa, especially West Coast, they have been conquered by their imperial colonialism of the Europeans. We know the history of that and broken them down and things of that nature. Just like they're doing in America right now. Not only that we have been colonized here, what we call an invasion, when the Democrats allowed these illegals to come in here in the first place, and they still are coming in here. They're going to flood as many of illegals into this country as they possibly can until they reach a point of, because we know the Democrats right now, they're trying to save the party's future, which Trump is going to get rid of all that. And they're pushing back tremendously, man. You guys already know it, and things like that. So Trump is going to be successful because, once again, he has the blessing of the people. The people in 2020 and 2024 is a different mindset today than it was in 2020. So, in order for people to come around, they actually had to see Biden's administration full effect. Why stop him? He could have stopped Biden, but the people would not have learned about their administration. Now that people are aware of the Biden Harris administration, they don't want to have anything to do with it. So they said, give me Trump. You know what I'm saying? So this is what's going on now in regards to that, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. So yeah, we are in a great space, great spot right now. We're not like these other countries. They don't even have a real constitution, as I said before. And we want to preserve what we actually have to conserve. I love being called a conservative because we're trying to conserve what we got. We don't got no time. We don't have no time to be allowing these what is it, corporations to take over. What they have done a great job. They have run amok for a very long time, pushing propaganda, pushing ignorance, dumbing down the masses of our children. Like I always said, look at the children in 1950s. When you look at a fifth grader, sixth grader in 1950, what they knew, versus today. And I would really like to do. I want to do an interview. I would like to do that. Children today, fifth grader today, right? A fifth grader today versus the fifth grader in 1950. And we could just say about the Constitution as well as about the geographical regions of the world, knowing where these countries are. And I bet you, and I'm not wrong by this, I'll bet you the child of 1950s, they would have more insight and more education of where these countries are versus today. Even though some of these countries don't go by Yugoslavia anymore, but you'll hear that term a lot back then, right? But we know what they mean when they say that. Uh-huh. But yeah, they actually knew more. Even Charlie Brown. We look at the Peanuts and all this other stuff. Those kids were like fifth graders, if I'm correct, about fifth or sixth grade. If we had to put a grade level on Charlie Brown and them, they knew a lot, especially about the Constitution, how things worked. They weren't talking like silly, like gaga, baby. They weren't doing that stuff though. I mean, here's Schroeder. He had to be about five. I mean, what he had to be like fifth grade, sixth grade. He's over here doing Beethoven on the key, on the actual piano. You know what I'm saying? He had a little miniature piano though. That would be a keyboard today. But I'm just saying though, Schroeder was getting down over here doing it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's a true thing though, man. I mean, yeah. Omega says 1950 fifth graders, modern 10th graders. Exactly. Exactly, Omega, man. Exactly. This is, yeah, man. This is the thing, man. This is really a thing. When we really look at it, though, gentlemen, yeah, this is how bad that we have been dumbed down. Bill Cooper used to talk about this a lot in Behold the Pale Horse. What was it? Quiet War. Yeah, it was a book title named that because the war was going on against us, but it was a quiet one at that. It was a quiet war that was going on all around us. Mandela effect, that is a thing because they have been changing a lot of stuff as well. And they've been doing this. The Rockefellers have had their foothold as well, changing things, how our educational system, because they control the educational system too, just like they control what we call modern medicine. The Rockefellers made sure to keep natural remedies out of they wanted to have it under control of the medical, the big pharma. This is why we in trouble right now. But right now we're not in trouble anymore because we have Trump, the Patriots, and RFK. I have no problem with RFK talking about non-GMOs and taking the fluoride out of the water and all this other stuff. I don't have any problems with that at all. You know, no, not at all. Yeah, so Omega says J.P. Morgan, founder of Chase Bank. Exactly. Yeah. Chase Bank owns one fifth of the Federal Reserve. That wouldn't be surprising at all. Yeah, it's not surprising at all. And this is why they keep the Federal Reserve Bank secretive because the inner workings on the inside, people, you ask them on the street, what did the Federal Reserve do? What is that institution? A lot of people don't know. They really don't. Sky King Gaming says need to get rid of artificial dyes out of the food, especially the red is the most dangerous. Yep, I'm right with you on there. In fact, Sky King Gaming and Omega, I said I was going to do a live about the food industry. Who's that guy that they arrested? Kevin Trudeau. He was. I had his natural cures they don't want you to know about. That locked that guy up, man. What did that guy do? Like 8 years? You know what I'm saying? Um, I always consider him like a mentor of mine. But in the yellow is made from exactly bioproduct of coal production. They put this stuff in all the food and everything. No wonder people have problems right now. Now, I do stay away from a lot of artificial sweeteners like this candy and stuff because they use those dyes that you guys are talking about. They are most prevalent in that as well as in the food. It's very difficult to stay away from if you're eating out, processed foods included, unless if you're cooking at home that doesn't contain any of those dyes. You still got to read the labels though. As he said, anything that's made in a jar or a bottle or a box is not organically made. It has to be natural. You have to be doing these things yourself, you know. But they are fighting and pushing against that. They do not want to see RFK Jr. In there taking over, our Food and Drug Administration because a lot of these things are going to go away. Stay away from any. I got that. I understand that P word. And stay away from. We already know that. I think they all owned by the same people. And yellow 30 is a coal. Yeah. Mm, mm, mm. Yep. Ish. Yep. I got you, Omega, you know. Exactly. Exactly, though. So, this Food and Drug Administration are on the ticket of the WHO. All of them are connected, and Big Pharma. Big Pharma, this is another major dragon that has to be slayed. It's a Hydra. We're dealing with 7 heads at least, and maybe even more. But the 7 main ones, Trump and the Patriots like ourselves is hacking and taking them down one step, one particular head at a time. That's what we're all fighting for, fighting against, right? We're trying to destroy the heads of Hydra. And we know when you cut one of their heads off, another head start to pop back up too, you know? But this Hydra has become very, very powerful, but not powerful enough because we have the people that's backing Trump. And as long as we have the people that are willing to stand with Trump, which a lot of them are, and calling out, and you're going to start seeing more people calling out the central bank, which is the Federal Reserve. They're going to be calling out Big Pharma. They've been sitting on cures. They have made cancer, the C word, they have made this to be a disease that can never be cured, which is not true at all. And then they have created all these phony research, what's it, the American Heart and Lung Association, the American Diabetes, and all the rest of them, right? They're nothing more than money grabs. They're all part of the same damn cartel, which is Big Pharma. And people that have been ripped off for a long time donating money. That's why I don't donate to these so-called charitable societies because all they do is they just take the money, they use the money, launder the money, and we already know what's going on behind the scenes. But everybody's starting to see where this money is going. And it's all tied to Hollywood too, and the entertainment and the drug cartel. All of it is tied to each other. It's called the syndicate, and they're all tied together. Sky King Gaming says should look in the direction of Disney, Hollywood, even more to not just those industries. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm just pointing them out, and that's why I just said originally Sky King Gaming that is the Hydras because there's so many heads on it. It ain't just 7 heads. There's a lot more of them. They've been growing for a long time, but you know, we all in agreement. It's all good. Sky King Gaming says pretty sure they are tied into it. Yeah, absolutely they are. Which are the ones you just mentioned? Those are major Hydra heads as well too. Disney by itself is a Hydra head, right? Because they own so much. ABC, right? Disney, Nickelodeon, they own all these stuff, you know. They own all this stuff, you know. Aren't they around children all the time? You got people like Dan Schneider and them. The freak told this dude. Whatever happened to that dude anyway? Did they arrest that dude? Whatever happened to Dan Schneider? Nickelodeon, the one that popularized, made the shows very popular. He popularized iCarly and what's the other ones? I think Victoria Justice. There's quite a few of them out there that he popular. A lot of these little young kid shows, right? And things like that. I always thought it was kind of weird anyway when you always see adults and children and things like that. If it's supposed to be a kid show, why not just have it just the kids just playing with the kids? But yeah, them kids too, man. They're like little sophisticated adults, man. The way their parents pushed them in Hollywood like this ever since they were like 1 years old. Look at like the Olsen twins. Look how jacked up they are now. You know what I'm saying? MK Ultra down and all this other kind of crap. Yeah, man. Yeah, we're over here talking about this stuff because, yeah, man, this is the thing about it. But let me see here. So let's go a little further down here. So I said about Columbia, right? Columbia is the name of a goddess of creation, war, and destruction, more known as the goddess of death and pain. She derived from imaginary of Semiramis, the wife of Nimrod and queen of Babylon. This is all in the Bible too. This is all biblical. The status on top of Capitol building, called the Statue of Freedom, is actually Poseidon. Is that yeah, meaning no, not Poseidon, but Persephone. Yeah, Persephone. I'm sorry. Persephone meaning she who destroys the light. She is the queen of the underworld. She is the crown of pinnacles, right? Pendulums, star of 5 points. Ooh, who someone stands with something. It is it is usually an indoctrination of ownership. Therefore, she owns the facility she stands upon, although the dome on top of the Capitol building was not finished until 1868. The final installation, right, of the status on top of the dome took place in December the 2nd, 1863. The original Capitol building without the dome was completed in 1826. Columbia and Persephone are seen as other statues around the Washington D.C. area and things. So before I go any further, let me read what you guys got going on here. Um, okay, Omega says I have no clue, to be honest. In general, don't pay attention to dancing monkeys, but maybe I should. McCartney uh, was right, and he didn't go far enough. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because they called him a communist, didn't they? Yeah, General McCartney, man. This is the guy that practically helped liberate Germany and a lot of other places, storming of Normandy and all this stuff. This is what they do with people, man. They don't. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I appreciate you helping me out with that word too, man. Because some of these things, I'm not the English scholar, as you can tell by far. Can you imagine me teaching English as a scholar? That would be a joke. I'd be laughing at myself. Omega says, communism always proliferated PDF files. Okay. Yeah, Omega says, let me see what your pronunciation says. Persephone. Persephone. Personify. Is that what that means? Yeah, that's what I say, man. Shoot. I'm over here trying to teach this stuff. You got to break them words down for your brother. I appreciate it, though, man. If I said that correctly, you know. Some of these mythical characters, mythology, I'm familiar with some of them. But, you know what I'm saying? I don't know them all. I don't know some of the popular ones. But I'm going to go further on here. Some of the Gnostic priesthood, including Illuminati, Skull and Bones societies. Yeah. Okay. Knights of, let me see, it has the Hos, uh, Hospitallers, Knights of Malta, which I have definitely heard of. Knights of Columbus, right? Knights of the Round Table, Odd Fellows, Society of the Jesuits, Priesthood, heard of them, Club of Rome, Knights Templar, Freemason, Scottish Rites, uh, Temple, York Rites, Temple Shriners, Inner Temple Bar, International Temple Bar associated with the Ballisters Inn, Zionists, Jesuits, Jesuit Brotherhood, um, Minor Group, aka Minor Kindergarten. Dang, the Milners Kindergarten Round Table Group, Road um, Crowd, Rhodes Scholars, heard of that one. The Times Square, the Time Crowd, the Times Crowd, All Souls Group. Man, there's so many of them, man. There's so many of them. And some of the ones you guys already know about, as I mentioned, the Council of Foreign Affairs, Trilateral Commission, Bilderberg Group, Commonwealth, Committee 300 should be on here. Um, but yeah, this is a thing here, man. Persephone. Persephone. Okay. That's how that is. Okay, Persephone. All right. I appreciate you for that, though, Omega. Appreciate you. Thank you. Um, it was Samuel Adams that said this, and I repeated what Samuel Adams said, and that's the one that make the beer, right? Samuel Adams says, "When people fear government, they have tyranny. When the government fears the people, they have freedom." There it is. So, going back on the, oops, wait a moment. Uh-oh. Okay, going back on the actual sovereignty of American side, many governments are established by good people have good intentions. But certain men with bad intentions or other agendas get into government office by some means, lawful or otherwise, find loopholes, revised government and its laws to suit their needs and agenda. The build an empire without government itself through deceit and lies, through the absence of truth, right? Gain power and control over the people, extracting the people well earned money from the people's labor to finance and increase the empire, such as extent that it would seem difficult for people to rise up against it, right? So this is basically what it is right here. Yeah. Let me see here. Right. Let's take a look at it. American. Okay, so the Constitution for the United States. Okay, the Constitution for the United States of America. All right. Known. Okay, now known to refer to as the Organic Constitution. This Constitution establishes central government with limited powers to do the will of the people. Its purpose was to form a more perfect union, to establish justice, to ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessing of liberty to ourselves and our prosperity. There it is in a nutshell. This is where Trump is trying to put us back to. Versus, because we're going to do a comparison now, and I want you guys to stay with me. I know you guys are, I'm talking about the other people, so that way, because we all can be learning something, right? The Constitution of the United States. This is the corporation now. Big difference. United States of America or the United States, the corporation. This is how we can determine the wording that they use. And you can tell with the deep state and the deep state operatives, they use these words like democracy over republic. They use terms of the U.S. They don't even call us citizens anymore because they know citizenship truly means sovereignty. They don't use those terms anymore. We all in this country are considered to be employees of the corporation, which is the United States. Big difference. So the original organic constitution was adopted by the corporations itself by law. The original 13th Amendment was replaced and other amendments added, some by fraud. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How that guy said in Minister Society? You know, what's his name? Yafa Koda? You fucked up. You know you fucked up. You fucked up, didn't you? And they did, and they fucked up. I gotta put that on my soundbite, man. You know you fucked up. You fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So here it is, right there, man. They have taken our original Constitution and they have changed things around. Now, we didn't catch it. And this happened, let me see here. Let me see here. When did this happen here? They ratified the 16th Amendment. Oh, well, we definitely know why they ratified that. We definitely know why that is. Utah Supreme Court case, Diet versus Turner in 1968. Let me see here. Yep, so let me see here. This had probably have been going on. I'm gonna find the date on that. I'm gonna come back on that one here. But at any event, ladies and gentlemen, in this case, so we're talking about that, the 14th Amendment, right? That was not ratified, right? The 14th Amendment, as we see, never passed. But the going back on the Constitution, back on the Republic. So we're talking about two things, ladies and gentlemen: Republic versus a democracy. There is a difference between the two. When we start hearing the deep state that have brainwashed our citizens, and this is why I'm going back using that word a lot, citizens of the Republic, which is America. So we got a lot of we have to re-educate. We got to also have to do a lot of educating because 1950s, they understood the difference between a republic and a democracy, right? Anybody using the term democracy in, you know what I'm saying, they are under the corporation rule, mob rules, right? So let's go ahead a little bit further. The 14th Amendment was never passed. The 16th Amendment, right, that was not ratified by the states. The document researched that the law that never was by Bill Benson and the Red Beckman. So the 16th Amendment have never been ratified, right? But we already know that the 16th Amendment really just states how and I remember reading that somewhere, originally American citizens were never supposed to pay taxes. It was only for people that were doing business, doing commerce, in the roadways and all this other stuff. If you were not, well, I'll go into that later. That's, but in any event, we're talking about the 16th Amendment was really designed for citizens not to pay taxes. The brainwashing, because a lot of people think that we are in a democracy when we really should be in a republic. There is a difference. You never hear this on, almost never hear this type of stuff on the news. The so-called news never talk about it because they're under the democratic rule as well, democracy, right? They're under that head of the dragon. To put a long story short, this is exactly what it is. Now, when we emphasize the word democracy, which is basically the next stage of socialism, which is another form of communism. See what I'm saying? We think democracy means republic, and it doesn't. Now I'm gonna draw the comparison between the two. When we are a republic, right? Which means free from things public, right? I pledge an allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, right? So, you know what I'm saying? So this is the thing about it. Now, Omega says they lie and say that they believe in a conspiracy theory that the U.S. was never a democracy. It always have been a republic. See, and that's the thing about it, though. They have lied about that, but and we're drawing a comparison between the two, republic versus a democracy. We are definitely under a democracy for sure, because as we mentioned, democracy is nothing more than socialism and another form of communism. This is what makes a democracy. Look at the social programs that they've been ushering into America, right? And we can see that socialism, communism, and how they want to set up a one world government, eliminating, right, the government, the three branches of government, the Constitution, and to be able to set it up as a czar or a king or a ruler to be set at the top pinnacle of the pyramid of our government without it ever being challenged. Now they know that people have been dumbed down. And right now you got a small group of liberal, I call them leftist lunatics. Not everybody that's liberal that's this way. I'm talking about the small minority group, the people that's going crazy and all that. They would rather say, you know what? I don't want to hear about the Constitution no more. Let's go ahead and eradicate that. And I want to champion in a government, not a government. I just want to be able to have it. We have one person that we like, and therefore it doesn't go unchallenged. That's what they want. I'm talking about that small minority group of leftist lunatics. That's what they would rather have, like your Summer Halston. And I know if I were to mention that on the View right now, she'd say, "Yeah, that don't sound like a bad idea," because I'm tired of hearing about people's opinions. I want it where I can have my president that I like, and I want him to stay in there. You know what I'm saying? Like a Obama, right? Some of them, many of them don't agree with this, but a small leftist lunatics, they believe in this type of stuff, ladies and gentlemen. And this is dangerous. Mega says, have been, the Democrats have deliberately, deliberately dumbing down the public school system for the past 50 years. Exactly, Omega. Exactly. This is why Trump said, I'm going to take the power away from the government and give it back to the state rights, right? He's going to do that to take the department from the government and bring it back to the state the way it should have always stayed at the state level. As we see it, that Trump is systematically bringing us back to the republic and out from the hands of the democracy. And there is a difference between the two. I'm glad we're talking about this now, because I want the people that don't know this, I'm going to cite my sources when I'm done. If you stick around, I would give where I'm getting this from, and you can cross-reference it yourself. This guy that put this together have already did the research. I'm only reading off of his research. This is not my research, and I will cite my sources. So let's go ahead and go down through it. So the Republicans mean common rights form of government. You got to know what the Republicans really mean. It's not a dirty word of racist. Like Omega says, the majority of people, and unfortunately the small minority group of leftist lunatics, there's a difference between being a liberal and being a leftist lunatic. These small minority group of people, they look at the word republic as a bad word, where they want to fight, scream, holler, and shout when they see a person that's a Republican, right? So going down here, government of the people and by the people. We must not forget that. Versus a democracy, which means priest rule, right? Or mob rule, right? When the mob or the priest, one and the same, and no, I mean no disrespect for people that are Catholic. I'm not trying to go there like that. I'm only talking about a person that has a seat of power that's dictating the rules out without the people. That's all the democracy really is all about. They want to set up the rules, what they have been, when you have corporations. Omega put it out poetically well by saying how, right? When you look at what fascism really means, right? We're talking about corporations marrying into our political system. And this is what you call a democracy. This is not a republic. It is a law of democracy under priest rule. Now, Omega says they have been lying about the republicanism to mean racist. Absolutely. When in reality, Democrats or democracy, Democrats, okay, played the prejudicial or prejudice, even our Democratic Party, democracy, right? It's equal demons or demos popularized by Kretos rules. And we know Kretos, we go into Greek, I believe that's Greek mythology, right? He was the one that killed those babies, I do believe, though. The goddess of war, Kretos, you know? Damn Kretos! You know, I'm sorry, though. Let me get back on my thing, because I don't want to go into that one, man, because, you know, yeah, but at any event, so let's go ahead further down. A republic is a self-governing forum wherein a free, sovereign, moral, and enlightened people guaranteed to one another and to all minorities. Notice, I'm going to read that again on that part. To all minorities, and the right of obligation to have, retain, and protect each other's God-given common rights to life, freedom, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In these separate capacities, free inhabitants and or free sovereign people with a nation state, a national state, and the country, all by positively accepting the oath as recites of the oath their servants holding public office. You hear me? The people create republican form of government with limitations to their servants, right? People are the government, not their servants, right? And we have to be reminded of this, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? We have to be reminded of this. Because the way that the democracy, and you guys keep saying, yeah, we have a democracy. We have a democracy. Yeah, that is true, but it wasn't the way that the founding fathers set America up. We're not supposed to have a democracy. We're supposed to have a republic. And we are going back to that. Everything I'm saying right now, I'm saying you are going to hear Trump say this. It's going to be down the line for 4 years. He's going to bring it up. I felt the need of bringing it up right now to go into, to kind of educate people, to kind of steer them in a direction. Because we're going there. We're going back to a republic. Whether the deep state like it or not, we are going there. Because the people have been awakened now. You can't sleep you once you've been awake. Now, before I go any further, let's elaborate further on the democracy. And I'm going to read what Omega said first, and we're going to go back on there, Omega says, republic comes from the Latin word res publica, or by the way of by the public matters. I'm learning that as we go. Yeah. Yep. And that makes a lot of sense with what you put down there, We got to go in the root word of these stuff and understand. Democracy cannot exist as a permanent form of government. It can't. This is why the people are bucking against the system, because democracy never works on a positive light ever. It can only exist until the voters discover that they can vote themselves generously gifts of the public treasury. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. From that moment on, the majority always vote for the candidates promising most benefits from the public treasury, with the result that a democracy always collapses over loose fiscal policies, right? Always followed by dictatorship. Uh-oh. The average age of the world's greatest civilization from the beginning of history has been about 200 years. During these 200 years, these nations always progress through the following sequence: from bondage of spiritual faith, from spiritual faith to great courage, from courage to liberty, from liberty to abundance, from abundance to selfishness, from the selfishness to complacency, from the complacency to apathy, from apathy to dependency, and from dependency back to bondage. This is how democracy works, ladies and gentlemen. It's a continuous cycle, right? That's going on constantly, right? It was never designed to help the people, but give the people of illusion of conclusion. Illusion of conclusion. It's an illusion. Because if this shit really worked, we wouldn't be in the situation we're right now. War is being promoted, right? Look at it. All these other nonsense horizontal policies are being pushed. We are the richest country in the world, but we also have where the most poverty is at as well. We have more jail lockup here than we ever have in any nation around the world. You know what I'm saying? Keeping it real. So like I said before, I'm gonna cite my source where I'm getting it from, but I want you guys to really understand the difference between a republic and a democracy, right? We are in a democracy right now, but Trump, we are going back to a republic, right? This is where we're going. This is where we should have been. All right, let me see. Let me catch up on you guys here. I ain't forgot nobody. Omega says democracy ends up strangling itself to death in Athens and Rhodes, where the vote hinge on just one vote. It causes a riot. Yep. Okay, we got Big Kahuna. Hey, how you doing, Big Kahuna? What's going on with you, man? Woke minds start in the schools. We need to get more Republican teachers in there, as well as the Department of Education. Dems have their own versions of history. Absolutely correct. Anthony says, so here we are, though, because we know that democracy was never designed to work. As you heard me read, 200 years, people start waking up. And I know me and Omega talked about this yesterday. And people tend to forget history. That's why I stay on history, because if we start forgetting the past, we're doomed to repeat it. Guess what? We're repeating this again. Andrew Jackson already fought against this already. We talked about Andrew Jackson earlier. You right? Now we back in the same situation. Abraham Lincoln fought against this. Back in the same situation. Kennedy's tried to pull us away from this. They end up getting killed. Abraham Lincoln got killed. There was an attempt assassination on Andrew Jackson. They didn't get him. You know what I'm saying? Just like with Trump. They tried to assassinate him too. They didn't get him. You see what I'm saying? So we're in a paradigm right now. We are repeating history. And I just pray that you guys or your children's children, because we're in history right now, things are being changed. They must know their history of this country. This ain't a black and white matter. This is a history. All American history is American history. It ain't no such thing as white history, black history. It's American history. And we all need to be made reminded of that. We all are. This is what's going on right now. Our country, ladies and gentlemen, has been hijacked by these interloper people. They were never, I don't even call them traitors, because they were never about America in the first place. You got to understand that. I'm talking about the establishment, the people that stand for democracy. And like we said, we know who they all are. A lot of them are in Washington as well. Your Adam Shifty Shifts and your Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, all of them are for the establishment. There's a whole list of them. They're all being smoked out now. This ain't no, why you think they're bucking against what Trump trying to take us back to the republic. They want to keep us on the democracy side. This shit ain't never worked. That's why you don't hear nobody in the room coming in trying to oppose this stuff unless you're part of the system, unless you're getting money from the Treasury. You getting paid off. Shit, we ain't getting paid off. Shit, what do we care, right? So why should we hold an allegiance to a phony government that never worked in the beginning in the first damn place? I mean, unless if I'm part of the establishment. You don't see them in this room talking against it, of what I'm saying. So let's go down further. And this is a famous word. I love quoting famous people. Often, the most tyrannical government on earth. Talking about the democracy. Guess who said that? Noah Webster, right? I believe he's of the Webster Dictionary. I do believe so. He quoted this. He said, often the most tyrannical government on earth. This is a quote coming from Noah Webster, right? Now let's go back on the Republic side, right? So that way everybody know what it is, right? So the people create Republican forms of government without limitations on their servants, right? The people are the government, not their servants. The people that are servants are Nancy Pelosi's and all the rest of them. They don't work on behalf of the government, which are the people. This is why the majority of the people in this country revolted against that rule, and they said, we're going to back Trump, because Trump said, I'm taking the power from the government and I'm giving it back to the hands of the people. Did he not say this? Trump said this, right? They didn't say this. Neither of their Republicans and Democrats, uniparty, all been bought straight off, right? Outside of MAGA and all that. Look at your history. And right now, I'm citing it right here in black and white, because this guy is a hell of a guy that did his research. And like I said before, if you stick around, I will share my source. You can use this because he wants everybody to know why we are in the space we are in today. Right? So let's go ahead and go down to it. Shall guarantee to every state in the union a Republican form of government. Right? The Constitution, Article 4, Section 4. Research this for yourself, right? At the close of the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia, September the 18th, 1787, a Miss Powell anxiously awaits the results, and Benjamin Franklin emerged. Asked him directly, well, doctor, what have we got? A republic or a monarchy? A republic if you can keep it, responded Franklin. So you know what that means. He said, if you can keep it. Did we do a good job by keeping it? No, we didn't. Because the people constantly are being dumbed down and allowing the Democrats as well as democracy constantly rule over. Until recently, more and more people are jumping on the Republican bandwagon, right? And there's reason for it. So for these contractors that we have, they should be in this room if they stand for one or two things. Remember, I cited them as being anti-American, which they are. That they're anti-Constitution and the low-down, elite, liberal, left elites. I'm talking about them. I'm not talking about the people that vote for them. I'm talking about the elites. They are the ones, right, that stand for democracy, right? You hear it all the time. You hear it all the time. All right, James Madison. Y'all know him, the fourth president, right? James Madison, right? The father of the Constitution made following statements, right? This is what he said. We have stake in the whole of our political institutions upon the capacity of mankind for self-government, upon the capacity of each other and all of us to govern ourselves and to control ourselves, sustain ourselves according to the Ten Commandments of God. This is what James Madison had to say, the fourth president of the United States. This is what he had to say. This stuff is documented. And I remember what Bill Cooper said. That's the guy that wrote the Behold the Pale Horse, William Cooper. I suggest you guys buy that book, get that book. It's a hell of a book. And he said it. You have to document. Everything got to be documented because you can't dispute it once it's been documented. And the stuff that I'm reading right now has been documented. This is how you back people up. They fear documentation. They've been trying to destroy it, burning of the books, the Reichstag, Germany. Can we name it? We know the history, the places in time, the burning of books, right? The destroying of religion, right? Take religion, take the educational, so-called, the real, take that all out, and you rewrite education. Therefore, we have the Mandela effect. You rewrite it. You change history like they have did with the Constitution, as they also have had. People used to understand in the 1950s what a republic. They took a pledge of allegiance. This is what, and Trump is going to bring that back. We will have, with students, and I'm in agreement, every student that's an American must pledge their allegiance to the flag of the United States. That's why. So therefore, you don't forget, right? And we are going to take it back. We're taking it back right now. We are taking back the country, ladies and gentlemen. This is history going on right now. This is revolution right now. This is what this is about right now. Right? So what I'm saying to you and what I'm reading to you, I am going to cite my sources. Just stay with me. I'm going to get there, right? So, democracy can be explained by two wolves and a lamb voting on what to have for dinner. A political system calculated to make intelligent minority subjects to the will of stupidity. And this is a quote by treacherous Netches. You can, in other words, he made this quote, and he is of 1844 to 1900 that made this quote. Let's go a little further. A mob rule form of government giving impressions of representation and rule by its citizens. But today, if one follows the paper trail, one will come to believe that it is ruled by the Crown of England, the Crown of Templar, and Vatican together, putting a string in Washington, D.C., as well as utilizing the mob rule. You heard me say that, right? Principle, some belief of Roman Pope in control. That's why it goes back to priest rule, right? But actually, the unseen behind the scenes, which is the Black Pope, woo, is the one power, the one most people never hear about or known exist. I've been knowing about this for quite a while. The other Pope is just a figurehead and people see and relate with, right? That's all it is. You guys got to know the truth. Yeah, you got it right, Omega. Thank you so much. I know you're going to have my back, man. That's why I rock with you, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, y'all all rock with me, but you know what I'm talking about, man. I appreciate it. Because I'm not the scholar. I'm just a random guy, you know? But you guys that don't know some of this stuff, you're going to learn, right? You're going to learn, and that's why I challenge any liberal that want to come in this room and want to talk all the great things about democracy. I'll be willing to want to have that debate with them, because right here I'm gonna cite the sources, and the point I'm bringing this up, it's not to have a debate. I want people to do their research on this, and when they find out, and educate other people, because the more people we have, therefore we can, because right now we're fighting to get our country back. Don't you want to be in a society where you don't have to pay taxes? Don't you want to have free liberty to be able to own your property, own your house, without being up under the taxation of this tyrannical government? Isn't that a beautiful thing? Don't you want to be able to have the freedom of speech, to be able to say what you want to say, as opposed to being dictated what you can say? That's not a republic. That's a democracy. This is criminal organization. You guys are seeing this. You all have bear witness in some point in time. Democracy, socialism, capitalism. That's all it is. I mean, I'm sorry, communism, not capitalism, communism. Communism, socialism, right? This is the things. This is what makes up a democracy. And I don't want to be under a democracy. I want to be under a republic, right? So let's go further down here, right? We're going to get down to it. Let's see here. Um, so the powers not delegated, this is on the Republican side, Republic, right? The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, right? Nor prohibited by it to the states, right? Are reserved to the states prospectively or to the people, right? This has been ratified December the 15th, 1791, right? So this is basically what it is, though, ladies and gentlemen. And we can go further down, though. You know, we can go further down. State rights, we should have small government. And I'm all on board with Elon Musk and Verbeck. I'm all on board with this stuff, man. Because we need to, 80% of government needs to be gone. It's overbloated. It never worked on behalf of the people. But it's just a money laundering scam. It's all it always have been. And this is one of the main reasons as to why we as American citizens are suffering, while they living high off the hog. They don't consider themselves servants to us. They consider themselves our rulers. This is exactly what it is. We haven't had the quality of life in a very, very long time in this country. And don't you want a quality life? That's why Trump said we're going back into the golden age. Because once he's successful in removing the Federal Reserve Bank, right, he's going to totally take the FBI. And by the way, I'm going to say this again. I said it yesterday. So that way you guys know a lot of your organizations are not federally unconstitutional, like the FBI. They're unconstitutional. The CIA is unconstitutional, right? The IRS is unconstitutional, as well as the Federal Reserve. Those four institutions right there are all unconstitutional. They are not part of the United States. This is all privately controlled outside of its people. Remember, when has to become a part of the government when the people are included, when they are involved. You can't just set up organizations and call it federal. It ain't no more federal than Federal Express. That's not Federal Express. To be honest with you, Federal Express should not exist because it's unconstitutional. The only people that should be allowed to handle our mail is the U.S. Post Office. You know why? Because this is constitutional. Go and look at your history. If I'm lying on all the stuff I'm saying, though, I stand on facts and I stand on principle. This is documented. The only people that should be allowed to handle the mail are the U.S. postmen. They take oaths in regards to the Constitution. They are the only organization that are federally backed by its people. See what I'm saying? So we got to do a lot of re-educating again because people don't know this stuff. They don't know this history, Omega. They don't. That's why I created this channel to kind of, because I'm bringing up stuff that what I'm saying now, they'll see it later when Trump's administration, we go 2 years, 3 years in, they're going to see the stuff that I'm saying right now, make my claim right now. You are going to see this stuff. It's going to happen. You're going to be hearing the word republic again. You're going to be hearing this stuff. Like you said, students are going to be back in schools, pledging allegiance to the flag. Bibles were there too. It's going to happen. It ain't no if, it's going to happen, right? This is what we call pushing back against tyranny, which has been taken over by the tyrannical government that they call the United States. Not the United States of America, it's the United States. However, the USPS has been proven to be unreliable. We know why that is, because of the spending packages. Let's go a little bit further. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Exactly, though, Omega. I mean, exactly. You and I, you know what I'm saying? It's we're seeing these bureaucracies. They don't spend the money where it's supposed to be spent. All they're doing is laundering this stuff. They're laundering this money. It's being laundered and going to other things. Well, of course, they don't want Trump to have to put a forensics and do a forensics, which is nothing more than an audit. The Federal Reserve never been audited in the history of its creation. Fact. Many people in the United States, why don't they learn about the Federal Reserve system in the so-called educational system? They claiming that they're part of the United States, but why don't we understand this? Nobody never knew about the Federal Reserve. They never taught it in our school systems. I never heard teachers ever talk about the Federal Reserve Bank. They never talk about that, right? They don't really talk much about Andrew Jackson, to really be honest with you. Why is that? They don't even talk about people like this very much. And we know why, for history buffs know this stuff, We know why, because they don't want us to know who stopped the Federal Reserve. They don't want us to do an audit. Ever since the Gold Act of 1934, Fort Knox, Bill Cooper talked about it. Fort Knox is empty. It was. I'll go into that a little later, but I'm just saying. Look that up. This is documentation as well, too. It's there. You can Google that. Gold Act in 1934. It said, this is democracy working again. You have to turn in all the citizens. You got to turn in your gold. Only a mobster would do something like this. This ain't for the people, by the people. The people, for the people, by the people said we have to have a certain amount of gold and silver in our circulation in order for us to print money. So therefore, we don't do this constantly spending money, printing money, and we don't have anything to back it up. Because back then, we had real money, which was gold and silver and other types of resources that backed our economy up. You don't ever hear about Fort Knox today. Ever. Never. Ever. that, right? Omega says the U.S. still have a gold reserve of 80 metric tons, and the problem is that it's located in a classified location and not Fort Knox. Yeah, I was about to go there though, Omega. I'm right with you on there. Um, that had a lot to do with Trump and his capitulation tour, where he went over there to Vatican to get our gold back. It was about that amount. They said it took about 6 military grade helicopters with the dual propellers on there, 600 of them to get that gold out of there, you know? But you are correct though, man. And I know, yeah, this is exactly what it is. A lot of people don't know this stuff though, Omega. I mean, yeah, it's in an unmarked location right now, but and that again is thanks to Trump. See, they would never tell this stuff on the television. They would never talk about this stuff at all. Never. Big Kahuna says, "What position do you think Byron Donalds will get, if any?" You know what? I know he's a congressman. Whether in Florida. You know, he's a very smart guy. I'm not really for sure though, to really be honest though, you know. I'm not really for sure um, what he may get in things. He's a well-spoken guy. I even like Tim Scott too, man. Tim Scott. You know what I'm saying? I like him as well, you know. What is he, the senator over there in South Carolina? Yeah, I like them both. But I'm not really not for sure though. I'm really not for sure what the position that he would get, you know. But I do know this though: if he's running with Trump, he's already going to be winning though, because a lot of these guys, man, they helped get Trump in the White House, and they were part of the reason also they got a lot of blacks, as far as black young black men, regards to it. You know what I'm saying? As far as voting for Trump, and we're going to see those numbers increase. Okay, thought had make a great press secretary. Yeah, a lot of those positions. Byron Donalds is capable. I like him. Very bright young man and things. Him, Tim Scott. I'm a fan of them both. Even Larry Elders. There's a lot of them I do like, but they're the younger generation, and yeah, they're gonna do well and things like that. So yeah, I don't have any problem if Trump gives any of those guys any of those positions. I have no problem with it at all, though. You know, because even in the Reconstruction period, we had many blacks, right, that were working in the Reconstruction period that helped not only build the Republican Party along with the Whigs and things like that. They got the Republican Party together and things, but they did a lot of setting up our voting, setting things up. They did a lot of stuff, man, in the Reconstruction period. You know, so like I said, the Democrats, man, because a lot of them, the liberals, they really don't know the history, and they think that these things that they're fighting for, they really think that this stuff matters. And what really matters is it's about everybody being free. This is what this is about. They think it only means a set amount of group of people. They keep talking about Project 2025, and I looked at it in the summary. In fact, well, that's on my other notes. I was about to read that. I was going to read the summary of Project 2025, and I'm going to say this, man. All they're really talking about in this think tank is about gathering knowledge and actually um, going towards a better way of a solution, which is conservatism, right? Unless they wanted to pollute that word under the Democrats, they can't pollute it, because when we start to look at it again, we're talking about values, morals. You know what I'm saying? Judeo-Christian values. These are the things under the Project 2025. You know, about recreating and restructuring our educational system. Things that Trump is doing right now to get us back on that track. We had a history in this country. Predominantly, people in this country are Christian. They still are. They always have been. Let's just keep it real. So therefore, these institutions are coming back, ladies and gentlemen, where we will have a sense of morals, morality, justice. You know what I'm saying? We're going to bring back the way that things used to be in the educational system, Department of Education. That is a major stepping stone right there. Omega says, I would nominate Larry Elders for the Department of Education. I would too. I would love to see Cash Patel over the CIA. Absolutely. And the Sheriff Clark over the FBI. Absolutely. Even though these establishments, the FBI, CIA, have been, they're non-constitutional, but we can still keep them. I wouldn't get rid of them, but this is why Cash Patel, you remember the quote that he said? He said that, in other words, he would empty out the building and allow and make it where allow the FBI agents to go out here and fight real crime, right? Instead of sitting up in that building with under the corruption under the current system. And he said that he would turn the FBI building into a museum, which it should be, because therefore people could have to be reminded of stuff. I'm not for tearing down and destroying statues. They're there for a reason for people in remembrance and being reminded of things. Even though the Ku Klux Klan and all the rest of this stuff, all this was birthed out of the Democratic Party. You can't erase history. These were Democratic policies. Once again, the Democrats are all about separation of people and false ideologies that they have been put together. They put these ideologies together to get us to fight amongst each other. And this is what it's about. It's like what Omega said. Once divided, easily conquered, in so many words. Omega says, my dream is to abolish all three-letter agencies. I'm with you on that. And narrow it to two agencies. Department of Internal Services, the DOIS, which is Department of Internal Security, right? Okay. So, yep, I got you. Yep. So those are the only two, right? Right. I got you. The three letters, yep. The two agencies. Yeah, I follow you though, right there, Omega. You know what I'm saying? So, um, yeah, that's the thing about it, because Omega is absolutely right. When we start looking at this thing, ladies and gentlemen, he is absolutely correct. Omega is absolutely correct about that. We do not need all these organizations, as you heard me say again. And I'm gonna go back and read some more regards to republic versus the democracy, so that way we are all on point to know what's going on. And I'm gonna cite the source again. All right, so let me see here. On the Republican or the Republic side, let me see here. Oh yeah, let me read what you said before I go. Omega says the NSA, CIA, DHS will be part of the dozen, and the Marshall, FBI, ATS will be merged into. Absolutely. I'm 100% agreement with that. Because whether people know it, the U.S. Marshals are constitutional to our government anyway. They are the only ones that have authority of what the FBI are doing right now. The FBI was created out of the democracy, which is mob rules. In other words, they were created out of that. But the U.S. Marshals, they are the only organization on that I know of, right, that was drafted out, because of the people, which is the government, So the other ones are, but like I said, since they're already there, but they could be reformed. This, I believe, this is what Trump said he was going to basically do. Thus, we have Cash Patel leading the charge. Big Kahuna says, your thoughts on Trudeau running to Mar-a-Lago to meet Trump. Okay. Well, here's the thing about it. And I know this is what has been said. Trudeau said that we had to have the higher tariffs, charging America a lot more in order for Canada to exist, right? And it could be some validity with that, though, too. You know what I mean? Trump basically said this. He said to Kevin True, I mean, I'm sorry, not Kevin, Justin Trudeau. He said that, well, what's going to happen? I'm going to redo the tariffs because it's all about fairness. And also, Trump used the tariffs as a negotiating factor, right? So he basically told Canada simply this, um, because if you don't, I mean, what did he say? He said that, in other words, so many words, if you don't comply, if I'm going to make sure I mess this up, that Canada is pretty much like the United States, which it should be. Canada shouldn't be Canada because really, man, they get a lot of our resources. They ship back products back here to America. Don't y'all agree? Canada really should be part of the United States. Really don't really have a lot of relevancy as being their own because they're not solvent. They're up under the UK, but technically they should be part of us. They have more American. We have more relating with each other by us being neighboring countries. You know what I'm saying? So, um, yeah, and that's the thing about it. Let me read what here. Hold on for a minute. Omega says just stain Trudeau, stain Waters. Yeah, I know, right? Trudeau is what is he supposed to be? The son of Castro? This dude, I never liked that dude, man. Never liked that dude. A lot of Canadians don't like that dude. You know what I'm saying? But his reign of power is gonna. He won't. I don't think he will have another term for sure. Uh, will uh for will for flowers. Trudeau's smack. Okay, Trudeau's smack in the face was then saying he's send them to Ukraine, right? But here's the thing about it. Here's the thing about it. Trudeau was the one allowing a lot of illegals to come into Canada as well. They had a problem like we have. They've been harvesting all type of people. They ain't had no vetting thing for real. They're just bringing people in. This is why Trump put the tariffs on them in the first place. Same thing with Mexico, right? Because he told them, y'all have to stop sending in these illegals in y'all country because they're coming over here into America and they're part of the cartel. They're part of the problem. Human trafficking, child trafficking, and we're going to put a stop to it. And it's going to happen. Big Kahuna says, I'm ignorant on Canada's history. Why are they part of the United States? Well, they're neighboring countries, but they still up under the Commonwealth of the UK and England. So this is why Canadians don't have their own sovereignty. And for the longest time, we didn't either, even though it's in our Constitution for us to have our sovereignty and our citizens, right? They don't have the same political, talking about Constitution landscapes as we do here in America and things like that. There are some similarities, but they're much more British, true and true. They're still in the metric system and all the rest of this stuff. Kilometers, King Charles photos is up everywhere. I used to live in Canada. It's a great country. But the thing about it is that they don't really have a lot of freedoms. Their gun laws suck. Their government, as I said before, they give them privileges, not rights. There's a big difference, just like with the UK and Australia, you know? So they are overran with feminism, especially in the UK and Australia. I wouldn't recommend going there looking for a woman. you know. Sorry for the caps. Yeah, I got you. That's all good. Um, okay, Wallflower. Okay, I appreciate you. I think I remember you before, Wallflower, if I'm correct. I appreciate you, man. Welcome back. You need to read the comments before that one. Okay, did I miss something? Uh, you talking about your comments, Wallflower? Because I read all of yours. What did I miss? What did I miss, Wallflower? But at any event, Mega says Trudeau, French for water, right? Okay, that's good to know. With a parliamentary system, as long as his party wins, his party will vote for him as prime minister. Most populated areas are liberal, right? Yeah. So that stuff is similar to the UK. That stuff is similar, man, in regards to that. Wallflower says, we're aware of that. We don't want to either which way it's by Trump's threats, how Trump threats of tariffs was funny to us. It was good seeing someone put him in his place. Big Kahuna says, Trudeau been in office forever. What's their term limits? I think they're supposed to have something coming up in a year or so, I believe. I got friends that are over there that can elaborate much more on it. Wallflower says the U.S. is rare. The U.S. are the only one still uses standard measurement. Absolutely. Billy Sharp says, why did it get so dark? Why did it get so dark? Because the people got rocked to sleep, Billy Sharp. In America, if you're talking, the people, and this is something that the founding fathers, when they set the Constitution up. So therefore, we wouldn't have a hijacking of our government, our monetary banking systems, because the people fell asleep. And while people are in this room right now, you guys are all very enlightened, man. You know, some want to get to the truth, and you got others that want to be entertained by the lie, the great lie. And when people don't learn from the past, they're doomed to repeat it. You guys, I think the guy that said that, I just said it, wasn't that James Madison? It was one of those guys that have said that, right? We're doomed to repeat it, man. We have to be reminded, constantly. And that's why when Trump bringing it back to the state level, and the Constitution is going to be recited, and all of the kids that are American citizens, they must take the Pledge of Allegiance. They must know this stuff, man. Constitution is coming back, and it's going to be what is it? Actually revised again, and it's going to go back to the way it was, because the left, the elites have wrote out and changed things around under the Constitution. And this is why we're going to outstay behind, you know what I'm saying? We're going to get them out of there. All right, so we're going to go ahead and read on right now. Wallflower says, Putin laughed his bottom off, or his bottom off, or button off. Wallflower says, we don't have limits. Wallflower says, we have elections every 4 years. Exactly. Now, I'm okay with the 4 year for the president. We know why that is, but no one should never be a senator for eons, though, right? And things, and this is one of the things that have now. It creates a problem in case if we get taken over again. If these terms have not been, and that's why we want to make sure we trying to. Some things may have to be revamped a little bit, because we should have terms just to cut down on corruption. And we need, once again, Trump is already working on this, to get corporations out of the government and bring it back to the hands of the people. That's why they're screaming and hollering now up there in Congress right now. They wanted it to stay the way it is now, so the corruption keeps flowing. Omega says he is talking about your screen camera. Oh, why did it get so dark? Oh, I can't see why did it get so dark. I'm sorry. Is it dark? I'm not for sure as to why. Huh. Okay, I think I know why. Hold on for a minute. Hold on for 1 minute. This may work. It might have gotten dark because it has been unplugged for quite some time. That should be better. All right, there we go. Go ahead and do this here. Yeah, I got it plugged in right now, so it should be a little better. Okay. All right. It's okay. It is black. Huh. Okay. There. Okay. There you go. Okay. Yeah, I was running with the battery. Sorry about that. Thanks for letting me know. But yeah, so other than that, though, we are in a historical time right now when we are going back to the Republic ways, you know what I'm saying? And where freedom, liberty, and justice. You know, this is why I love those auditors and things like that because when they do those audit things, which I watch quite a few of them, they also are reminding people that we have a such thing called the Constitution and how these people are working as public servants. They serve the people, and they have to be made reminded of that. You know what I'm saying? It's like they work in the post office. You are a public servant, even though you work for the government. But again, we are the government. The people are the government, not the people that work in the White House. They work as servants for us as the people. And this is why I created this channel to talk a lot about this as well. Now I let those guys go out there and do the audit, and a lot of those guys I do follow, and I have great respect for them, just like I have respect for people in the military as well, law enforcement included. I have respect for a lot of people that put their life on the line every day, put themselves in harm's way. Firefighters as well too, you know. So I have, you know what I'm saying? So these guys are our unsung heroes, which they should be heroes. Trump gonna change that around too, where these guys should be celebrated as national heroes that they are. Big Kahuna says some of these auditors are trolling police depths for content. Yeah, there's some ones that are really good. I don't follow all of them, Big Kahuna. What's that one? I am free. Uh, I am free. What's that? I am free. Yeah, I follow him. He's good. The one that's called I am free. He's good. Wallflower says, "Oh my God, don't even ask about the postal service strike." Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. It's like, you know, and I had an opportunity to actually work for the post office. I really did. True story. Back in 2000 and I think it was 2020, 21, 2020. I had the opportunity to do that. You know, um, let me see here. Big Kahuna says, "What's going on at the post office, Wallflower?" I was about to ask, what is going on at the post office, Big Wallflower? What is going on? We are curious. Yeah, and once again, man, I give a shout out to all you guys, man. We got Omega in the house. We got Big Kahuna in the house. Wallflower, I remember him too. And things that I leave out. You know, your Billy Sharp. We got Billy Sharp in the house. Yep, we got you guys in the house. Um, Sherry hasn't come on yet, but we got her in the house. Sherry rock with me practically damn near day one as well, like a lot of you guys have. And there's a few others out there, you know. Big Kahuna says, remember the ice road truckers. Trudeau was on there. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Oh, yeah, man. It was just terrible, man. They went into those people's, and that's what I'm going to say. They went into those people's funding. They shut their money down, man. They did this in Canada. That's why I be trying to remind people that ain't a country you want to be in, man. We have a thing called the Constitution. If that would have been in the United States, that would have ended that guy's career, man. Truly. The people wouldn't even went for it, but they did. Was able to pull that off in Canada. You got to be careful, man, with these other countries, man. I'm glad you brought that up, man. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up. Let me read up first, and we'll go back down. Wallflower said their demands are messed up. And one thing they won't budge on is wanting 10% wage increase for the next 3 years. Because we know why, Wallflower. It's like I was talking about. Since we under mob rules, and it ain't the government, it's a democracy. And they want to keep it the way it is. But when Trump get back in, things are going to change. This is one of the main reasons, once again, that we all rock with Trump. You know what I'm saying? That's a pretty simple thing in regards to that. You know, even though they're out there striking and all this other kind of stuff, because they should be getting more money. We all should be getting more money, to be honest. But this is why we're seeing the corruption. Everybody's seeing it. Wallflower said, and they want trans surgery covering under their benefits. Well, we already know where that's going. That won't happen. Trump said, and I agree with him, if they want trans surgery, they got to pay for it. But the government or their benefits shouldn't have to pay for that. You know, that's be all on them. We're gonna knock this nonsense off. He said, I will, Trump said in this, you know, a lot of you guys know it in this policy, he will not support or I should actually fund any gender ideologies, right? He will not do it. And I agree. I agree with him again. Wallflower says, oh, I'm more than aware. I know you are. I know you are. Omega says, keeping a lookout for trolls. No trolls today. They showed up and I would let them speak. But as it goes, okay, as they go overboard, time out. Absolutely. And I appreciate that, Omega. Yeah, exactly. You know, and like I said, I always gave them the opportunity to speak. And this is a thing with these. See, it's a difference between liberals and leftist lunatics. The leftist lunatics, they don't like anybody. It's narcissism, right? You know, with ignorance and stupidity all rolled up in there. They don't like that. That's why I accuse them of being anti-American. They don't stand for, they don't even know the Constitution. Because if they really knew the Constitution and really knew some things about this country, they wouldn't even want to champion for something like that. Omega says, Wallflower, your caps is not a problem. I'm not sensitive about it. Yeah, I ain't got no problems with it as well. I remember Wallflower before, and I appreciate you back again, Wallflower. It's all good, man. I could care less about the 10%. Wallflower says that they won't go back to work without it. Yeah, hey, we shouldn't have, like I said before, there shouldn't be any type of fundings, because really, when it all comes down to it, it comes out of our money. If they want to do it, they pay for it. That's how we'll eliminate that. We're gonna crush that. We're gonna crush that group. We already have. We won. We won, so we don't have to deal with we don't call them transgender. Those are men in skirts. We don't, with the new system coming in, we don't have to adhere to them like that. We defeated woke. We don't have to keep using these terms. I won't. They're a man in skirt. Whether they had a surgery or not. God made two genders, man and woman. And they're going to have to learn to love it. Because I don't go by any other genders. I don't believe in non-binary. I don't believe in this binary, non-binary, all this other stuff. They, he, she. I call a he, and a she. That's exactly it. I'm not confused as Miss Jackson was, you know. Yep, we're going to get you out of there, you know. Wallflower says, and Trudeau can't actually force postal service back to work. Yeah, that's the thing about it. But here's the thing about it. Canada, though, once again, since we're talking about Canada, not the United States Post Office, sorry about that. Canada, and we got to all, they don't have a real constitution. It's an illusion of a conclusion. They don't even have their sovereignty at all. Their mob rules set up all the rules. They just give them privileges, not rights. That's the difference with Canadians, UK, Australia, we're going to name them. Most of these Western countries, other than the United States, we are the only frontier left that have true freedom. Where we're about to go back now. This tyrannical system was just temporary, but we're going back into the golden age, right? So that's really the difference between the two right there. Do I want to be a Canadian citizen? Absolutely not. You know, I don't. I have a problem when the government is telling me what I can and can't do, and that's what they're doing over there in Canada right now. Their government over there is slapping their people around right across the face. Take this, take that. You know, that's exactly what they're doing. They're being diddy by their own government. You know, I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's exactly what it is. They're being diddy by their own government. They really are, man. They really are. This is what's happening, man. We are seeing this stuff, you know. We are seeing it. All right, so let me see here. Let me read off. Let me see here. Where are we here? Blah 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 blah. Yep. Let me see here. All right. Okay. Omega says left equals narcissism, envy, right? They always prey on the people for grievance, and through that they gain useful idiots for revolution. Notice that the communists always often the leftists after power. Truly said. In fact, we're gonna have to replace that pin up with what he just said right there. There you go. We'll pin that one up. And that's exactly what Omega said. I just want people to be reminded of that because that's exactly what it is. Wallflower says, we haven't and won't till Trudeau is gone. That's his favorite thing to push, right? Omega says, transformer men, transformer women. Omega says, damned deception. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, though. Transformers more than meets the eye, you know. But I call them for what they really are, though. I call it for what they really are, because you got these tech companies that stand on this type of stuff. Y'all remember what Jaguar wasn't that the CEO, the person that the spokesperson for Jaguar? Y'all remember that? How he came out there and basically said that he would fall for diversity, inclusion, equity, inclusion, and all this other nonsense. Y'all remember that? This is Jaguar that said this. After these companies that are leaving the woke thing, Jaguar talked everything about the rainbow flag and the kitchen sink. And he said all this stuff, right? And then not only that he said all this stuff, but they never talked about the car. I was saying, damn, is this a political company now? Jaguar. I said, who is this? Is this a party, the Jaguar party? I was like, who is this? They didn't mention nothing about the car, man. Nothing about the vehicle. I don't like Jaguar anyway. I would never buy it. I think they're junk to me personally. You know. Big Kahuna says, you know, there's a trans civil war between actual trans and fake trans just to give privileges. It's effing hilarious. Yeah, I know, right? Wallflower says he is also the one who helped originally write the War Act that Justin amended into emergency acts that he used against the Freedom Convoy. Yeah, I believe that, though, Wallflower. We had people that were truckers all the way from the United States going up there in support of their fellow brothers. I love truckers, man. I got friends that drive the truck. I pick up truckers to take them over to the yard when they're about to start work or get off from work and things like that. Yeah, that's what I say. This guy not only hate the truckers, but Canada, man, we got to be made mention, man. Canadians, man, they got it bad over there. I got friends over there in Canada, man. And I feel sorry for them, man, because they don't have what we have. Canadians love Canada, which they do. They don't have the population like we do. They don't like our crime that we have, but that's about to be changed too. When we get these illegals out of here, we won't be dealing with Bloods and Crips and all this stuff, because that's going to be the next thing coming. That's going to be the next thing coming, so that they know, you know, hell is coming for these groups. So it ain't going to always stay the same. We going to have it so good over here, Canadians going to want to be Americans. I think that they should be part of us anyway. It should, I mean, because we're neighboring countries. They're still further away from England. I don't like the British monarchy rule like that, because it's an illusion when you really think about it. You know what I'm saying? They're not giving freedoms, liberties in the pursuit of happiness. All they do is giving privileges of what the mob dictates out what they're what is it going to be. I have a problem with that. Mega says no deception. The villains of the Transformers. LOL. Wallflower says not notice. Okay, not notice that's right. Right. Wallflower says facts, Kahuna. Yeah, facts. Yeah, Kahuna says, yeah, exactly. Right, Big Kahuna, yeah. Omega says that is because the cigar chomping right wing rich people don't want it. Jaguar is trying to get the yuppie leftoads who gave us their Tesla cars because they hate Musk. Just market gaming. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Exactly. Wallflower says, I know I met many of them on the way through. Okay. And Omega says, I am a trucker. I remember that, Omega. That's why I rock with you guys. I got a friend right now. He is a trucker too. He drives for he got all this certification to drive. He's been in for years, but he's the one that does the refueling, the fuel thing and all that stuff. He does that, the hazard ones, right? And yeah, that's what he does. I don't know what you're hauling, but yeah, it's all good though, man. Wallflower says he punished anyone who gets their voice heard by anyone outside of Canada. But guess what? I've been speaking against Canada. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not a Canadian citizen at all. All I'm saying is that it sucks to be a Canadian, especially right now, because like I said, they don't have any type of, you know what I'm saying? They really don't. They've been up under Parliament. They don't. They just be given a bunch of privileges, no rights. It's BS. Big Kahuna says, it's bad if the Blood and Crips want the illegals out. Yeah, that's the thing about it. I was saying because, as we already know, man, it's not going to just stop with the illegals, man. So Trump is going to deal with them as well, man. They're not going to be allowed to do what they're going to be doing. So they're going to have to, they're going to have to change their act. Because, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Wallflower says, I live in the U.S. and I lived there for 4 years, right? 4 years. Wallflower says, love. Wallflower says, but we are different. Yeah, we are. Wallflower says, but our differences used to keep both countries in check. Wallflower says he punished Canadians. LOL. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. If it would be for Trudeau, it would be anybody, though, pretty much. Unless if you can get somebody in there that is a lot like Trump and things. You can get somebody in there like Trump. They got a guy right now that in Venezuela that's a lot like Trump. And I think they've been going after him like they targeted Trump. They've been going after him as well. The country is trying to, around the world, globally, is trying to change. They try to get more of conservative value people, like-minded people, and all these leftist ass, liberal ass lunatics out of the White House. They don't need to be there with these sociopathic type of behaviors that a lot of them have.
That's what they have in common. Omega says, I haul steel and scrap. Oh, nice. 160,000 gross weight and 11 axles and 42 wheels. LOL. Yeah, man, you holding a lot of weight there, man. You're like the king of weight. You are weighted down very well. You ain't got to worry about ice too much, you know. Talk about ice road truckers, right? Ice road, you know. Yeah, Omega is hauling some real steel, you know. That's a man, right? Man stuff, you know. Driving that big 18 wheeler down the highway on that CB. Now, I know y'all don't use CBs no more. They should bring back that CB thing again, man. We need to bring back. That's an old Americana, man. Being on the CB, breaker, breaker. This is Big Red talking to Big Papa. Come back. You know, I always love that trucker talk, man, you know. Wallflower says outlaws and 81 want them gone from here too. Yeah. Wallflower says, I love the US. Lived there for years. Wallflower says, no Pierre is our version of Trump. Yeah. Yeah, man. You guys got a little bit of an issue over there, though, Wallflower, man. Yeah, man, I understand, man. Don't get me wrong. I had Canadian girlfriends. I know how it go. I was there in the 90s, man. I was rolling over there to Toronto. I mostly hung out in the Ontario area, man. You know, I still love your Canadian women over there, Demo. I do. Shout out to the Canadian women. I do. I love the Canadian women, though, man, you know. I found a lot of them getting on my program was really, really easier than dealing with them over here in the United States. I didn't really run across that many feminist type of minded women over there in Canada very much. But then again, this is like back in the 90s, 2000s, things like that. Yeah, there's some things I do like about Canada and things, but yeah, the problem with me is not going to be a sale for me is that you don't have a real constitution for the people by the people. That's an issue. Wallflower says Argentina too. Yeah, yeah. Don't you cry for me, Argentina. All political, right? Big Kahuna says Poland president is just like Trump. Absolutely. Poland got it right. I talked to people from Poland. Poland does not play illegals coming in their country. They will be murdered. They will be shot and killed. They don't play that stuff, man. You got to come to Poland. You got to come right. You know, you can't be over there in Poland messing around. That's why Poland don't have the problems that a lot of these other, like Germany, UK, Argentina, and these other. They don't have these type of problems and issues. You know what I'm saying? They really don't. Wallflower says ice road truckers are the way. Then freedom convoy though. Yeah, yep, exactly. Omega says not 1842 reasons why is because you got a bunch of jokers out there who do stupid ish over the CB, right? I know, right? Uh, we still have them, but only used them in emergency. I got you. Yeah, I know that the jokers out there. I know some of the ones you're talking about because they can get a little racist on there. I heard some of that stuff too. Yeah, yeah, we see the coon, so and so, and all this other stuff. Yeah, I understand though, and other things on there as well too. Y'all were the one. Remember the lot lizards? Let me ask you this, Omega, before I read on and go on. Are the lot lizards still a thing anymore? I'm sure they're still out there. You a trucker, you seen a lot just like I have as an Uber driver. Are there any lot lizards? Have you run across any lot lizards lately? Wallflower says we just need Trudeau gone. I agree with that. We got to get his behind out of there. Wallflower says, LOL. Wallflower says we never needed to go because we always been one to pull our own weight. Trudeau is the one trying to convince women they aren't getting the respect. They are giving the respect basically of the government equals God versus people. Yeah, because that's what they do, man. They study, divide, and conquer. Now he's trying to rally up the women. You know, they all think, oh yeah, he's hot. You know what I'm saying? You don't vote for no guy just because of the way he looked. It should be about his policies. Wallflower says, I was saying that the ice road trucker situation was a different situation than the freedom convoy. Trudeau went against both, but ice road truckers actually got their way. Oh, I see. Okay. I just remember this TV show, Ice Road Truckers. I don't know a whole lot about it, but you're more than welcome to keep on elaborating. Omega says left equals narcissism. Big Kahuna says Trudeau is just like new scum in California. I believe that because Trudeau effed up. Man, Canada, man, a lot of cities, especially Windsor. Windsor is a border city of Detroit. Windsor at one time, Omega, I'm sure you may know, Windsor used to be a beautiful city back then, man. I had my girlfriend back in the early 90s, man, and, I was over there. And, they had the bars, they had the restaurants, they didn't have like tent city and these bombs bumming. You may run across a bum or two, but it was nothing like how it is now, man. Crime has gone up. Even in Toronto, we already know the bigger cities, they are suffering from it big time. I haven't been to like other places like British Columbia, Alberta. I haven't been there. I haven't gone to what's the other ones? I haven't been to Nova Scotia, Labrador. I haven't been to any of those other provinces, in even Montreal. Yeah, we know what the Quebecers, man. If you don't know Spanish, I'm sorry, French, very, very well, man. It can be rough. Yeah, even the French from France and the Quebecers don't even get along. The French accuse them of butchering the words, which I agree with them, and it's a lot of separatism as well. Omega says, yeah, lot lizards are still a thing, but they got smart. They call they call over the CB with their telegram, and they communicate through. Okay, yes, that's a profession that's never gonna go away. And due to some shootings in Gary, Indiana. Gary is it's pretty rough, man. Gary, Indiana. Yep, that is a rough. I know I've been to was it Hammond? Yeah, Hammond, Indiana, man. That's rough. Wallflower says worse. Facts. Yeah. Sonya too. Oh no, Wallflower, not Sonya. I dated a girl. You remember? Okay, over the Blue Water Bridge, right? They got the Chippewas of Sonya, right? And I dated a girl that was Chippewa, over there, and she had dual citizenship. She used to come over and visit me and things like that. We'll hang out, yada yada yada. Yeah, because that's a stronghold for a lot of Chippewas. Actually, over here too, in Detroit and in Canada. All this was their footprint. Wallflower. Oh, I didn't know that too, man. Oh no, man. Sonya too. Damn. There's shootings in Toronto. Man, I know that. Wallflower says everywhere is tent city now. Man, yeah, that's about right, man. That's one of the reasons why I really don't go there. I ain't been to Toronto since 2017. You know what I'm saying? It's been a while. And when I used to go back in the 90s, the only time when I was down there on Yonge Street, the downtown area, Bay Street, you got all the, right down there, man, that's the longest street in North America over there, man. Or they call it Canada. Man, Yonge stretched so damn far, man, I couldn't walk all of Yonge, but I was down there in the main part. They had a lot of young people that were homeless out there. They just hanging out there, man. It was something else, man. It was something else, gentlemen. Yeah, man. I was there myself. I was a younger lad myself back there. Omega says, beautiful in the 90s, right? Up to around 2009, 2010. Onwards to Windsor became a ish hole. You right about that? Man, that's why I don't. Me and my friends in Windsor right now, they come over and visit me. They may be coming over today, but him and his girlfriend and things, man, it's bad, man. Woo, man, Windsor is gone. I can't believe how they allow, man. This is why I was saying before, I got a problem with Canada, and you guys, man. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It would be more of a benefit. Hopefully, Trump could smack some sense. Because Trudeau shouldn't be there, man. And I know Trump probably said much more that's off camera, off outside and things to make him have like a big surprise look on his face after he left Mar-a-Lago. Big Kahuna says, was Wallflower the one you dated? Was Wallflower the one that I dated? Big Kahuna. Big Kahuna, man. That's a good one, Big Kahuna. You know, that's funny though, right? Oh man. But you know what, Big Kahuna, man, if you would have been over in Canada in the 90s, man, it was rolling. Canada still got some beautiful women, man. Canadian women, man, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Vancouver, you talk about passport bros. Check this out. I know we're getting sidetracked a little bit. Talk about passport bros. You guys ever were to go over there to Vancouver, I'm talking about almost every ethnicity, man. And yeah, man, I'm talking about Indian women, not just Asian women, Indian women. They got other women over there. They got women in ethnic groups over there that's rocking with the brothers and others. Right over there in Vancouver, man. They really do, man. You know, over there in Vancouver. Beautiful thing, though. You may not have to go to Japan, China, Korea. I tell you what, you go to Vancouver, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it's a beautiful thing, man. Way better than the United States, though. I just remember what it was like in the 90s because I had several girlfriends over there in Canada, you know what I'm saying? Shoot, that's one of the main reasons that I love the food. Canadian food, not so much. But Jamaican food, African food, and other food like the UK was slapping. I just didn't like the Canadian poutine. There's only so much poutine that you can really eat. It's okay. It's not one of the things that I gotta have, you know. Like, oh yeah, I'm craving poutine. Let me go over there to Canada and order myself up some poutine. No, it ain't like that. I wouldn't do that. It's all right. I had it a few times, but you know. All right. So what else we have here? Omega says other way around Quebec. Yeah, Quebec. I'm just gonna call them Quebecers. Uh, say that. Let me see. Say they preserve the French language, while the French butcher it. Yeah, that's what their argument is. I do know that. By adding English to German words, the French says that Quebecers sound uh, what's that art what's it you may have to help me out pronouncing that word, man. You know I ain't the English scholar, man. You know what I'm saying? Wallflower says, now picture that bridge with a tent city now with hundreds of people. Yeah, that's what I'm saying though, man. I know, man. That's what I'm saying. That's one of the reasons why I stopped going over to Canada, man. I couldn't believe it. I went over there like earlier this year, and man, it's just a bunch of them. It remind me of like what's that movie? Y'all already know. Where the apocalypse, these zombie movies, man, they all over the place, man. Everybody hitting you up for some change and some money. I mean, the violence and crime over there, man. You know, it's bad over there, man. They are suffering, man, big time. Shoot, Big Kahuna says too much consolidants. Yeah. Let me say consolidants. Yeah. Wallflower says, "Don't come back until Trudeau is gone." I know that's right. It would break your heart. That's why they visit me over here, man. But when I went over there, though, I'm gonna tell you this, Wallflower. When I went over there because I was staying with some friends of mine. My friend of mine, I've been knowing him for well over 25 years. But I go over there, you know, just to stay over there. We don't do a whole lot. Maybe go to a restaurant or something. But man, I'm gonna tell you this. I went over there to get Popeye's chicken. They got one right over there by the border, right over there by the tunnel. And I couldn't believe 2 pieces of chicken was $13. $13. I said to myself, you know what? I'll pass. $13 just for 2 pieces of fried chicken. Man, it was terrible, man. I said, no way in the world. No. Mm-mm. 2 pieces of fried chicken. Wow, man. Woo, it's bad. Big Kahuna says that's why Canadians come to the U.S. Yeah, you're right about that. And go to Costco, too. Yeah, and go to the U.S. to become famous Drake, yep, Bieber, etc. And then don't leave out the weekend. Never the reverse. Absolutely. I mean, you want to throw that on the list. You might as well throw Jim Carrey on the list, though, too. He's Canadian. You also have the one that played Back in the Future. That's Canadian, which is, I ain't heard from his name in a long time. Michael J. Fox, right? You also have, let's see here, Michael J. Fox. You have a few others on there as well. What's her name? Jepsen, Carly Rae Jepsen. She's Canadian. The list goes on. I think isn't Chevy Chase, isn't he Canadian? I think. Yeah, it's a list of the people over there. Yeah, Big Kahuna says we don't claim Drake. Yeah, he's from the Toronto area. So is Weekend too. Wallflower says Drake is part of the flipping issue in Toronto. Yeah, I believe that. Anybody that's a liberal male, you know how I feel about liberal men and things. Wallflower says, I'm hoping Trump keeps Trudeau in check until he's going to keep him in check. That's the thing about it. He's going to keep him in check. Trump is the big dog. Justin Trudeau is just his little mini. He's not even a mini me. He's just like a little person that you got to slap around a little bit to keep his butt in check. Big Kahuna says, what Drake do in Toronto? Wallflower says, check into the Toronto drill scheme or scene. Yeah, the drill scene. Yeah, because I haven't been in Toronto since 2017. Is it emulating? Okay, are we talking about the people that do the drill music like they're doing over here in United States and stuff that are killing each other? Like what's his name? Young Duck, Young Dolph, Triple X, Pop Smoke. What's the name? We're gonna name the list of all these people, right? Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? We talking about that? Omega says Vancouver is mostly Asian, so I would approve. Yeah, I do plan on going to Vancouver. It is expensive, but yeah, man, that's the thing about it, man. Woo, man. Yep. I can believe Brampton is 2% Canadian because they got nothing but mostly islanders. My friend is islands too. Grenada. You got a lot of Jamaican galore. I love the food. Dated a Jamaican one time over there. She was nice. She was more of Canadian though. Parents was from Jamaica, you know. But Big Kahuna says lot of Filipinos in Vancouver and Toronto. Yeah, they make some of the best wives, man. Filipinos, man. You get you a Filipina, man. They make some of the best wives. So you get the right one. You gotta get the right one though. They share a lot of our ancestry as well. They've been colonized by the British, I believe, in the 1500s, the 1530s or 20s, something around there. They won their independence. Yeah, they were ruled for like 1400 years, I do believe. Yeah, for the Philippines though, but they all have and share African ancestry, what they call like the Aborigines type people, the original Filipinos that was short, dark in stature. Some of them still exist over there too. Before the Spanish came in and conquered them and stuff, and this is why they have adopted Roman Catholicism and all that other stuff. Similar like the Mexicans too, you know what I mean? Yep. Both have African ancestry. Wallflower says it's all East Indian in Van City. It's full of Asians, but at least they came here appreciating Canada. Yeah, because I ain't really ever heard any Indians get out of place, though. Even the most of them are respectful here in America. They adopted American values very well. A lot of them are married to a household. But trying to date an Indian woman, I mean, Indian women are beautiful. I just never been attracted to them. I know people have. You like what you like. You know what I'm saying? But I never dated Indian women and things. But each their own, man. It's all good. Omega says Vancouver, Canada, San Diego, most conservative major cities. I can see that because there was a guy in the passport community that visited Vancouver, and he was saying how conservative the women are. They didn't run across all this feminist type of stuff. You go over there to Victoria, um, and there's a bar over there. There's some things going on over there, man. That is really cool. And he was running it down over there, man. That's one of my stops that I would like to do, is go to the Vancouver, man, because it's my duty to make sure that a woman over there is being taken care of properly. You know what I'm saying? I'm just doing my Canadian duty when I go over there. American Canadian duty. Wallflower says, rolling on the floor, laughing my ass off. It's a stable. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, so Wallflower says Toronto has been the best, the beast cultural food out of anywhere. Yeah, that food over there in Vancouver is slapping, I heard. Chinese food, Indian food is off the hizzy for shizzy. For real, over there, man. It is, yeah, Canada, their Chinatowns in Canada rival over here in New York, California by far. I have tasted some of the best Chinese food in my life. It's been over there in Canada. Toronto alone, you know what I mean? Toronto has, yeah, they do. Toronto does. Wallflower says, right, Newfies speak better French than Quebecers. Yeah, I can believe that, though, I haven't been to Newfoundland and stuff like that. PEI, Prince Edward Island, I haven't been there either. Labrador, I haven't been to those areas. Saskatchewan, Saskatoon, Manitoba. I haven't been to any of these places over there. I know about it geographically. I know about those places. I'm pretty good in geography, but I know about those places. Let me see here. Kayak. It means ancient or ancestral, usually derogatory term. Oh, okay. Man, I'm always learning words every day. That's the thing I love about learning. Big Kahuna says, all some random guy be reading words wrong. You might have dyslexia. Yeah, it's possible, man. You know what I'm saying? It's possible, Big Kahuna. I be reading words wrong, man, and yeah, I think I may have been misdiagnosed, but I struggle with my dyslexia, man. You know what I'm saying? I struggle with it, but I'm not afraid to read it though either. Now, some people be afraid to read it and out. I call a word what I think it may say or what it really is, and I'm bad of it. I'm guilty of it, but it's all good. I struggle with it though, man. Everybody got got some type of disability, but I don't let it rule over me though, man. I still speak very well though. Everybody says how well I speak. I'm a very good auditor, for sure, and charismatic as well too. So I got some more pluses than minuses, but it's good that you pointed that out. It wasn't hard to point out. You know what I'm saying? But Big Kahuna, one of my ex girlfriends from Canada, she helped me a lot. I used to be really bad before, no kidding. You know, with the grammar, and you know how brothers talk, especially hood brothers from the hood, and I come from the hood. You would never could tell now, but before, I'd be like, yeah, man, what's up, dog? What it be, though, be? She. I'm out here just struggling things like that, trying to get it. Got to get it, homie. I used to talk like that. Because that was the thing about it. Detroiters, no, Chicago, we people, hood, hood brothers know what I'm talking about. From the hood, West Side Detroit. But it was her, one of my exes, that loved me enough to want to get my diction together and everything. I came a long way though. I still struggle with my dyslexia though. But that's okay though. I got people to back me up. So if I'm saying a word wrong though, my brother Omega gonna back me up too. So it's all good. That's how we do. We help each other out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we help each other out. I'm not embarrassed by it. Shit. You get 40 and 50, you don't give a damn about what, you know what I'm saying? For real, man. You don't care about that stuff. Wallflower says a McDonald's meal is half the size of your as half the size of your $17 now. Yeah, man, I don't know about that. Ryan Reynolds, yep, he's Canadian. I gotta catch up a little bit, huh? Omega says Wallflower, as I said, Canada is the most conservative majority city. Next to the closest would be Manitoba, Alberta. I'm down for the Canadian Beavers. Woo! The Canadian Beavers. Yeah, the Canadian Beavers, man. I miss looking at the Canadian Beavers, man. They're so pretty, so lovely, especially in this time of year when they come out of their. Right now, they're hibernating right now, but when they come out, I got to put a joke to stuff too, man. I got you. Big Kahuna says Michael J. Fox. That's correct. Canadian. Never knew. Yep, he is. Omega says, okay, bad taste. I will shut up. No, you good, man. It's all good, man. I'm just riding right along with you with the beaver joke. Wallflower says so many actors and artists are Canadian, and everyone thinks they're American. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, way a lot of them speak. You would thought they were always been Americans. You know what I'm saying? Trudeau is what is he? Trudeau is a Chihuahua. Chihuahua. Huhua. What is that? An Indian tribe or something? What is Trudeau? I thought he was Fidel Castro's son. Is that conspiracy or has that been confirmed? You know what I'm saying? But Wallflower says, LOL, Omega, Danielle, and her moves in Alberta are a big part of us still surviving. Learning more and more about Canada these days. Omega says, cool, Wallflower. Wallflower says, put it this way. Our battle rappers don't even claim Drake anymore. It's true. Wallflower says, to name a few, but that list is way too long now. Yep. Wallflower says, Jamaica's went to Little Jamaica in Toronto, Brampton, and all East India now. Wow. Omega says Spain. Wallflower says, no, I meant Asians in van cities appreciate Canada. Okay. Yeah, they do. Omega says, you are talking about the Cibano, yeah, Cebuno. Not actually African the way we think of Cebu is related to Japanese and Eskimos. I always think about Cebu City in Philippines. Cebu, you know, they left Africa in, okay, right, 1,000 years ago. Yeah, Africans have traveled everywhere across the world, man. Who don't have African ancestry these days? Big Kahuna says Indian rarely mix with other races. I tried once, I know. Yeah, that's the thing about it. But the ones that they were most Indians will mix if they have to mix will be white over black in most cases. Vancouver, you wouldn't have that problem in Vancouver. Shit, them Indians are on them brothers over there. Shoot, big owner. You ever want to take your butt over there to Vancouver, man? Shit, you had them Indian women want to get down with you. They love the brothers over there in Vancouver, man, especially those Indian women. I'm not attracted to them like that. They are beautiful. It's just not my cup of tea. But they are feeling the brothers over there, that's for sure. Mega says, contrary to beliefs, blacks only exist since the end of the last ice age, 9,000 years. Omega says the ice age lasted for from 80,000 years until around 5,000, and then again from 2,000 years up on 10,000 years ago. Wow, did not know that. You know, every story has an origin point, I guess. Wallflower says you missed out on the best part of Canada. You've been to all those places where Canada resemble America. I only been in some of the places, but I've never been out west though, Wallflower. But I have heard about it though, and I've seen it on YouTube. And they do got some beautiful women there. I like dating Asian women. I have. White and other. I do like some of the sisters. I like some of the ones that's over there. Some of those African countries, like I said, East Africa, Ethiopia. There's certain ones that I like. They got some beautiful women in Cameroon and Ivory Coast, and you know what I'm saying. They got some beautiful women in these countries, man, around the world. Yeah, in these parts of in these countries though, and I know Africa is a continent, so I know that too. Wallflower says you need to experience more of Canada. I do, so you can see what I mean by the difference between the importance and why Canada needs to stay separate and not part of the United States, even though it was not for the lack of love for the United States. I mean, here's my thing though. We're neighboring countries, right? And if the United States benefit because we have somebody like Trump, right? Now I know it's cool to have a difference of opinions, Wallflower, but what I'm saying is, when our economy is going to improve and get really, really better, you know what I'm saying? But my problem, my biggest critique about Canada, because you give them privileges. And as you can see, somebody like Trudeau or somebody else that can go in there and take these things away. You need to have a rights system. Now, if Canada would ever have a rights system, I'm not for sure, but you are just given a bunch of privileges. The only people who have the rights are people that are controlling the government. It's not your people. That voting thing, that's why I'm always kind of wondering, why have the voting thing? I know why they do it, but it's an illusion of inclusion, is what I said earlier. The only people that on the inside, those are the ones that are benefited mostly. Trudeau and them ain't suffering. The people that outside, we're just bearing witnessing already. When we started talking about Canada and how these countries have gone down and all that, this is a tyrannical system, man. You know what I'm saying? This is a problem. Yeah, we got it over here too. We know why that is. But what we've been doing is revolting against it. You see what I'm saying? Because we have something to stand on, which is the Constitution. Let me see here. I'm going to read down here. Big Kahuna says, all good. You read deceptions and what's that? cons as deceptions, but you definitely a humble, easygoing talker. Yeah, yeah, and that's true, and I appreciate the critique. It's all good. I sure do. And what you're saying, I'm aware of it because I've been aware of myself over the years. That's another thing when you've been by yourself for so long, you know what your limitations are. But like I said, I don't let it get me down though. I still get out here and speak and being a good, great auditor, and being able to go out here and talk or whatever. I wouldn't run for the White House or nothing. Can you see that? Putting y'all down in my cabinet. You know what I'm saying? It's like, putting on the American flag as a suit, you know? Going over in Canada and saying, y'all gonna be part of the United States. We're gonna have a constitution over here. It's all y'all gonna be under the same. I'm gonna spread my empire out to the whole world for ultimate domination and conquest. I'm just joking. I'm just kidding. Ah, man. Big Kahuna says, no, Wallflower, we make you the 51st state, which is true. Yeah. Wallflower says, helping each other is where it's at. Yeah, for sure. Big Kahuna says the 51st. Yeah. Yeah, Canada would be. If they became part of the United States, as they should, you would be considered the 51st state, and you will benefit what we are getting. You will have what we call real freedom, real liberty, and in pursuit of happiness. Your taxes is outrageously, uncontrollably high. That is a problem right there. Your gun laws, you can't even walk around with pepper gel over there in Ontario, man. It's like, what the... I mean, you got stuff like that. And there's a lot of other critiques that I have about Canada, too. Those are just a few and things. We wouldn't be dealing with this Quebec thing, talking about, oh, yeah, they want to be their own country. No way. We wouldn't even allow that either because everybody benefit under the Constitution. You can preserve your nationalism, but you have to see America as America first. It ain't going to be no... oh yeah, Quebecers first. No, it's going to be America first, right? Because we have all the resources over here, right? We have more of the population over here in Canada. Y'all just have population amongst the border cities. We start naming that. But there's a lot of uncharted territory in those tundras and all that further up north in Canada where a lot of those areas are uninhabitable or uninhabited. I think it says uninhabited instead of uninhabitable. I think it's uninhabitable in some of those areas because it's so cold over there. Y'all have some cold, winters, man, where we're dropping down over 40, minus 40, minus 60. I mean, Calgary is cold, for real. And I never experienced that kind of coldness in my life, man. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Wallflower says, no, you want Kahuna. We love the United States, but we don't want to be American. Hey, man, I get it. I understand. Big Kahuna says, I'm just messing with you, Wallflower. LOL. Yeah, I'm messing with Wallflower too, to a point. And that's cool. Omega says Chihuahua. Chihuahua. Yeah, Chihuahua. Oh, okay. Sound like an Indian name, Chihuahua. I like the name of it. Maybe I should make another I should create another name and call myself Chihuahua. I am Chief Chihuahua. You got the First Nation over there in Canada. I ain't heard a whole lot of noise from them lately, And I met some people from the First Nation. Yep, I sure did through a friend of mine, though. They were pleasant to talk to. They were visiting over here in Detroit, going to the casino and everything. They'd never been to Detroit before, Yeah, we kicked it, talked with them a little bit from the First Nation, Big Kahuna says, LOL. He's saying Chihuahua. The annoying little dog. Okay, hey. I still like saying the name though. Chihuahua, 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 Chihuahua. Yeah, I know. I'm just joking. I like it though. Yeah, Chihuahua, Chihuahua. That dyslexia, you know. But I know y'all got my back. I appreciate it. All right, Wallflower says his mom was separated from his dad, right? When she got pregnant with Justin. I mean, we done heard the stories though. Isn't his dad Fidel Castro, you know? The guy that overtook Cuba because he fought against what is it, the Americans, and they didn't want Cuba to go into being another whorehouse for America. And Che Guevara, y'all remember Che? Che Guevara, you know, that guy. Che, you know, the revolutionist, you know. Be right back. Gotta take Nova out quick. Okay. I guess Nova must be the Chihuahua. Okay. Yeah, Wallflower says neighbors support each other, have each other's backs, celebrate with each other. But at the end of the day, we have their own homes. Yeah, I get you, man. I'm just messing around though, you know. Canada is Canada though. Hopefully it'll get better though, you know. Omega says Wallflower look at those eyes as we're looking. There's also side eye eyes looking at you side eye, you know. Omega says about separation. Omega says, I would probably be a good defense secretary or press secretary in the administration of yours. Yeah, you definitely would, though, man. You'll be able to keep me on track, man. Had I would have been running for president, man, you know. I'll be their first dyslexia president, you know. Yep, man, because I'll be over there speaking on some stuff, and yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? But they have to make me look good when I'm saying some of the words, you know? You gotta, you know what I'm saying? Gotta make sure I sound good now, you know? Yep, they wouldn't have no president as no single man anyway. I would definitely have to get married in order for my chances to win in a political seat. I would have to have, I gotta have a wife, especially with kids, it actually helped too, you know? Ain't no president in our history been no single man in the White House. Can you imagine being a single man in the White House though, man? Oh man, it'd be terrible. You know what I'm saying? Can y'all imagine Pete Hegseth as a president of the United States? I mean, the women find him very attractive, man. They just giving it to him all over the place, man. You know what I'm saying? Curse or is it a blessing? You know? I know, right? Being able to carry out policies and stuff like that, you know. I would be definitely a constitutionalist, man. I don't have any problem working along with the Constitution. Instead of gotta have it my way, you know. Yeah, but I can veto shit, you know. Excuse my French, but I can veto stuff, you know what I'm saying? And that would be called a veto. Wallflower said, and we would finally lose last little bit of what make us us. Let me ask you this. What made Canada, I know you told me, unless I have to go over there, and the only thing I really saw was either British or French, other than a lot of other people that have migrated there, lived there, and call themselves Canada. Because Canada, to me, is like the melting pot like the United States. In fact, except for there's things that Canada have that y'all don't have nowhere near the population as we do. Let's keep it 100, right? So you guys have neighborhoods and communities. We have neighborhoods and communities, but we have a lot of segregation going on too. And we know the history of that Democratic Party and how they separated us and all this other stuff. But you guys over there, you still call yourself Canadian. I haven't never heard a Canadian say, I am Jamaican Canadian or I am Chinese Canadian. Sometimes if they want to put a differentiation on it, but other than that, they'll just say, I'm Canadian, and that's it. And this is the same thing should be applied to Americans, because we're all American. This is our nationality is American. Omega says, let me say, wait, but Wallflower, I don't want to miss nothing, skip nothing. Wallflower says we don't want accessibility to guns. Oh man, uh, I understand Wallflower. Everybody got their thing though, man. But do you know why the Second Amendment? Why that was put in the Second Amendment? As far as with guns and stuff, talking about for where it says that we have the right to bear arms. Because that's really important, right? Because our God-given right is to be able to protect ourselves of an intruder, home invader, whatever the case may be. Also, because we're allowed to form militias, and with the Second Amendment, act, or which also lets our servants, which are our representatives of the American people, in case if the government goes tyrannical. This is why the militia groups, the military is designed to be called upon in case if we have an insurrection in this country. And this is how, the government, once again, our government is supposed to be fearing the people in case if they were to go rogue versus the other way around. So that's why that is put in there as a reminder to the servants that their obligation is to the people, not the other way around. Even though it does appear to be the other way around right now. And this is why Trump is in the process of removing these deep state operatives, get them up on out of there, right? To take back the power. But I understand. I understand where you're coming from with that. Omega says Alberta is the most likely to join Montana. British Columbia, Vancouver, less likely unless Alberta joins first. Hold on for one moment. All right. So, let me see here. Uh, Wallflower says Quebec separating is far different than Canada becoming a state. If they want to go, let them. It's not much difference than California being lazy different from the rest of the states. Yeah, man. I understand though. Mega says no. Don't call yourself the annoying little Mexican dog. 20% of dogs, 80% of Satan. Wallflower says, with smiley faces, Nova is definitely not the Chihuahua. She's a 120-pound pit horse. Oh yeah, those pit corsos. Oh wow, that's a big dog, man. Woo! What about the cane corso? Those are huge dogs. Can you imagine having a huge cane corso? Um, Omega says, Che Guevara, the most racist and homophobe communist of all time. Yeah, that's true. Yet, gay blacks and transformers love Che Guevara. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they don't even know the history of him in that. Yeah, they use him. They use his mantra though, just for the liberating side of it. As you know, they don't know the whole history. He was a communist, true and true. He hated capitalism. He spoke out against America several times, as well as other things, to say the least. Che Guevara. But he's held up by the Black Panthers and a lot of the gay community and a lot of other things, though, too. Yeah, it's amazing, man. Big Kahuna says, so off topic, what Daniel Perry case about and why is BLM mad? Daniel Perry and BLM. Well, I mean, I was looking at that case thing too. And I'm gonna say this though, man. I mean, everybody have their own thing though. But what I said first and foremost is that um, Jordan, Jordan Peely, Fuller. I'm sorry, Jordan Neely. Sorry, Jordan Neely, right? We know that he had mental issues. This is the dude that used to be on the trains, on the subway trains, doing the Michael Jackson impersonations, right? So he was always making people's happy, making their day. And I think he had whatever triggered his, because he always had mental illness. I have questions for his father. I think he was like in his 30s and things like that. But I had questions for his father though, because people with mental illness, man, they need to be under some type of advisory, some type of, I don't know what happened. He might have dropped the ball there, but in my opinion, his father has failed him, man. He failed his son. And had he would have gotten the proper treatment and things like that, he wouldn't have lost his life today. Now, I'm not justifying the saying that, that Daniel Penny, uh, you know, it's one thing to subdue somebody, but to murder a man, you know what I'm saying? But he had help. It was two other guys that was also involved trying to hold him down, trying to restrain him, and that was the thing about it. So it was they're citing this guy as a hero. It's bittersweet, man. It's bittersweet. It's very controversial in regards to this situation with Daniel Perry. I know what he was trying to do, but they're citing this thing as a racial thing. They're saying that Daniel Perry killed him because he was black. And I said, no, he didn't kill him because he was black. Like I said, the chokehold was too excessive and it ended up murdering him, but it had nothing to do with him being black. Because there was two other people, if I'm correct, I think it was an Asian dude and a black guy that helped subdue him down. But it's amazing that they don't talk about that. They only talk about Daniel Perry because he was the one that did the death choke, the chokehold that ended his life. You see what I'm saying? So yeah. So uh, you said why about, and you also said case about why BLM are mad. But BLM is never been a George Soros. They never been about what they claim in the people. Black Life Matters should only matter to black folks. You trying to push this movement towards other people and things like that. Who should it matter most? It should matter to only the black folks the most. They should be out here in their own communities talking about injustice. We got more black on black crime than black on white crime and black police officer police brutality. That's a fact. If we look at the statistics, right? That's what we have that's going on. Whether they want to look at the statistics or not, that is fair. Your chances of, as a black person, losing your life from another black person is great. Not not minimum, but great. Mega says, "I'll be your fixer." Right? There was a single president. I forgot his name. Be right back. Yeah, I'm sure it is. I know I'm not the only dyslexic that would be president. Big Kahuna says, Omega, that's like the LGBTQ for Palestine, right? Doesn't make any sense. Exactly. I've been said that before in one of my lives. It makes no sense at all. How the hell can you be for the LGBTQ and want to call and talk about you want to save up Palestine, where in Islam, what they the thing that they stand on, Islam do not stand on homosexuality at all. They really don't. Wallflower says nothing wrong with being dyslexic. I am. It's a matter of being taught how to read a dyslexic because we do read differently. Yeah, exactly. You know what? Wallflower. I know it's nothing wrong with it. I actually read better with most words when it's out of a book versus reading people's text sometimes. Some of it is okay, other things, but when it's coming out of like a book or, because I love to read, and I have no problems reading in front of people, regards to that. Like you already heard me, if you heard me earlier when I was talking, reading the stuff off of my sources, which I'm going to give it to it right now. If you guys were to go to, let me see, let me give that before I forget. If you were to go to USA versus US.info, that's where you'll find what I've been reading. That's the source. Once again, it's called USA versus US info, and the website is still up. Been up for a long time. That is something that you want to keep in your library. And for people that are Canadian, you may want to look at that as well too. And you will understand, truly understand, why America broke away from the British Commonwealth. It was a pursuit of liberty, freedom, liberty, and a pursuit of happiness. Because the founder and fathers, you got to keep in mind, George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, um, Patrick Henry, Patrick Henry, and a lot of other ones. They all signed that Declaration of Independence. They all were, um, come from the UK originally. You know what I'm saying? It's going to keep it real. And the thing about it is that they were breaking away. So therefore, we can establish what we have, a true government that work on the behalf of the people. You know. Now, I'm not. There's no knocks against Canada. Regards to that, but I don't like to. I think Trudeau is probably one of the worst presidents. I mean, I'm sorry, the worst prime ministers. Excuse me, worst prime ministers that Canada have ever had. And I only been around. I ain't been around like a long time. But I think the other guy you had before, a while back in the '90s, you'll know him since I'm bringing up the period of time. Shoot, it escapes me right now. Okay, but at any event, Omega says Buchanan was the Midtown president. Yeah, yeah, men going their own way president. He never married. Oh, I didn't know that. But he was considered the worst president in history, causing the Civil War. Oh, wow. Okay, did not know that. It'd be very difficult right now, Mega, for a president to be single guy not going in there. But did not know that. Omega says Big Kahuna. That's the precise. That is precise. It is like catfish for noodling. Wallflower says the main difference between Canada and the U.S. is we are a melting pot. We used to be a tossed salad. What's the main difference between the United States and the U.S. is a melting pot. Yeah, I know what you're saying though in regards to that. You guys are more of a melting pot, or like you said, toss. I mean, yeah, you guys are truly more of a melting pot than we are, because we also have a lot of corruption in the government where they didn't want this is one of the reasons why we don't see a lot of Sudanese in our country like that, right? Or Somali. We don't see like a lot of different African or Haitians. We have them now, but before it was very hard for Haitians to come over. Cubans, white Cubans, they can come over here. Remember, you look in the '80s and '90s, and Alien Gonzalez and all that other stuff. Um, they were allowed to come over here. They said that as long as they touched down on the shores of America, they would get granted automatic asylum automatically. Where Haitians were turned away and other African nations were turned away and things. So I know what you're saying about that. Omega says the Second Amendment was because the British attempt to tax and exploit the American ability to defend ourselves, right, and hurt under the King George. And honestly, Canada needs guns. Exactly. I agree with that. They sure do. But this was the ploy of them putting strict gun control in Canada. I'm not saying that you can't have a gun in Canada, but it is very, very more privileged than a right. That's for damn sure, you know. You can hunt in certain times of year and other type of things you got to have and permits and all this other type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Similar like how it is over here in America. But you really, really, yeah. That's one of the things that I don't like about Canada right there. Wallflower says we have guns, we just require permits, and we don't carry them around um, like like their jury. Yeah, and that's the thing about it though. Here we can carry a sidearm. That's how it was in the wild western days. Remember in the 1800s? Yep, almost everybody almost had a gun. You know, Omega says for tyrants like Ishwater, Omega says permit mother may I defend myself. In Canada's case, mother says no. Yep, yeah, yeah. So it's like he said. I'm asking mother, can I defend myself? Mama says no. So yeah, Canadian government, yeah, they said no, you don't have it. It's so bad that you can't even have pepper spray, pepper gel over there. They treat that like a damn gun, you know. John Paddock, what's going on, John? Welcome to the channel, man. Got John Paddock in the house as well. Big Kahuna. He choked out a black man with the mental problems in New York subway, and the jury came back hung. Big Kahuna on the okay. Oh, that guy. Didn't he say someone from getting stabbed? Uh, and then we have Wallflower. Nova's dad was pure cane corso. I'm sure he was. Yeah, I'm sure he was. John Paddock says that I can't remember. I don't remember he was threatening people. Yeah, I'm not for sure that either. I'm not really for sure. I know, like I said before, John, he was really an entertainer guy with some mental issues. He used to do the Michael Jackson, like the impressions. He was making a lot of people's day by being on that subway. And he'll just ride the subway and ride the subway, and that's what he was doing. I don't know if he really had a job or anything. It doesn't sound like it. Wallflower says his mom was a red nose. His mom was. Oh, okay, got you. I thought you were talking about his mother. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Wallflower says Daniel Perry was the one who defended the folks on the subways, wasn't he? No. Yeah. Daniel Perry. Yeah, he was the one to defend it. Yeah, exactly. Penny, Perry, Penny is actually Penny, right? Is it Perry or Penny? I thought it was Penny. But at any event, yeah, he was the one that defended, with the help of two other people, that held Jordan Neely down. So he wasn't just acting on his own. There was two other people that helped subdue him down. The chokehold was the one that the chokehold is what murdered him. He was killed with the chokehold. It was too excessive. Oh, okay. I was thinking. Okay, Wallflower said, "Oh, okay. I was thinking of the other subway dude." Okay, Wallflower says Canada and the U.S. closed down all their psychiatric hospitals. LOL. Yeah, they did that over here in America too. We don't really have a whole lot of psychiatric hospitals anymore. Mega says, I don't think it was murder, but it was a drug. It was drugs in his heart rate. Oh, okay. I stand corrected. Okay, so it was like George Floyd thing, though, right? Because that's what was supposed to have happened with George Floyd. He had a lot of fentanyl, or whatever the drug was, in his system, or opioids, or whatever the case may be. But let me read on what Omega says. I think it was drugs. His heart rate goes up, and his heart failed. Most likely, it was opioids. Yeah. Yeah. I mean that's the thing about it. So yeah. So we can't rule that out, ladies and gentlemen. We can't rule that out. So the main thing is that Daniel Penny, he didn't just maliciously go out here and say, I'm going to kill this guy because he was a black man, whatever that I didn't like. But they're portraying it that way. And that part right there, his father, talking about Jordan Neely, His father has failed him because he should have been under his father's care, man. His father failed him. Failed him. He shouldn't have been out there in general population like that with those type of mental illness situations like that. Yeah, I got family members that have mental illness. You know what I'm saying? If that stuff ain't checked and they're not on their medication, whatever the case may be, it could be very dangerous for other people as well. Omega says Black Lives Matters equal black socialists who don't believe black people can help ourselves, demanding white liberals fixing the problem in the black community, which we could fix ourselves. Absolutely. Absolutely. This has been a main problem. These democratic policies that have made the so-called black community depend on one particular party and not go out here and do anything to correct the problem. This is one of our major problems here, man. And it's still an issue to a degree because they rule over blacks once again, mostly through emotions because the majority of the so-called, and I call this so-called leaders are women, are black women. And that's who the Democratic Party really talks to. It's not black men, it's black women. And with black women, like all women, when it comes down to emotions, right? This is how they're basically controlled. They have been controlling women with emotions for years. They get them on these things. All you got to do is talk about a scarcity, about a policy that the Republicans are going to take away from. Guess what they do? They start mobilizing. They start being frantic. They start being scared. They start re-spitting out the propaganda like they always do. And yeah, it's really sad though. And this is how it always has been. It has always been this way. Let me see here. Wallflower says reading out loud is harder, y'all. Wallflower says we totally understand why the U.S. broke from Britain. We are all taught about the U.S. The U.S. is the only country not taught about other countries. You know what? The way that the current system under the democracy, you're correct. They don't teach about other countries. They used to do when we had to go way back in 1950s and on down. They used to teach about it. That's why I say people back then, the fifth grader back then, knew more than a 10th grader than what a 10th grader knows today. They just knew more. They knew about other countries. They knew about Canada. They can actually name what is it? Uh, 10 provinces in Canada. Was it 8 or 10? But I think it's 10. But I can name them. You know what I'm saying? But they don't teach that type of stuff. No, they don't teach that stuff at all today. At all, though. It's a joke today. That's why the Department of Education has to be taken away from the government and put back to the state rights, to the state level. John Paddock says our founder and fathers were dope smoking, whiskey distilling, tax uh, tax evaders, right? That tar and feather corrupt king agents and ran them out of town. Yeah, the founding fathers. Yeah, and things. Yeah, I understand though, because ain't nobody perfect, That tar and feathering was very popular back then. That's why I'm laughing. Can you imagine? We should go. Can you imagine if we were to tar and feather the leftist elites? Just put some tar on them and throw some feathers on them, and whoop their behind with a paddle. Big Kahuna says, at some random black guy is the federal building in the camera view. The federal building in camera view. Yeah, there's cameras. Oh, you mean the federal building? Do they have surveillance on those buildings? I've seen surveillance on those federal buildings and things like that. Are you talking about that? You talking about federal? Yeah, I'm just reading what you were saying. Federal buildings in the camera view. I would assume so. I see the surveillance cameras up there. Wallflower says, we don't force people to become us. We only ask that they uphold our laws. Well, we used to. Yeah. Wallflower says, we have guns, we require permits, and there is nothing wrong with that. Yep, I understand. Wallflower says, you can carry them because everyone carries them. We don't need to because no one does. Hey, I understand that. I can respect to you. John Paddock says, afternoon, Tony. Yeah, John, I appreciate you, man, coming back. Nice to see you again. World War, I mean, I'm sorry. Wallflower says, we need, is that dyslexia again? we need, we never needed them to defend ourselves until they started coming across illegally. You understand that though, man? Yeah. Yeah, because Canada back then, man, it was a different place though, Wallflower. I remember it in the 80s and the 90s, man. You really didn't have to have no gun over there. Canada used to be one of the safest cities, safest countries in general, because it was really unheard of a police shooting ever. You hear them all the time now, especially in Toronto. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things I like about Canada, and I still do, but there's a huge problem going on. You know what I'm saying? You got Somali gangs, African gangs, fighting amongst the West Indian gangs, Jamaican gangs. There's wars going on, like in these areas, these cities like Toronto and stuff. A shooting that is occurring, and we know where the majority of the shooting is coming from. It's going to keep it 100. Wallflower says there is another subway, guys, but that one had to do with stabbings. Yeah, yeah, I know what you're saying though. Stabbings and stuff. Yeah, because in the UK, that's what's going on over there. Stabbings all the time, kitchen knives and stuff. Since they cannot have guns, look what it escalated to. Since they can have guns, it escalated over to what? Knives, kitchen knives, chef knives. We're talking about we're talking about Michael Myers 2.0 style. Jason Voorhees. Big Kahuna says, why isn't there a cop on that actual subway cart? Then we wouldn't have these issues. They used to have, what did they call them? They used to call them uh, the transit police. And in New York used to have, I think they still may have transit police, but they would ride those subways and stuff, and where they should be. But there's so much corruption going on in New York alone, man. The way that this tyrannical government has been running and things like that, the money is not going where it should be. That's why we're having problems. That's why this old system must go. It's not. It never worked on the behalf of the people. And people are calling this stuff out. You're another one that calling this stuff out. You know what I'm saying? We're calling it out, Big Kahuna. Yeah, Wallflower says George definitely was. Wallflower says, good question, Kahuna. Heck, there aren't even emergency comms on most. Yeah. Omega says mental illness people are likely to be seduced into being on drugs as well as self-medicating, and many illegal drugs are laced with fentanyl. That's what's been killing a lot of Americans. This is one of the main reasons that Trump's policies why he's going after the cartel. That and for a lot of other reasons. George, yeah, I'm sorry. Omega says I will bow out in about 15 minutes. Gotta go. Me, same here. I gotta go ahead and get to work, man. Wallflower says, "Oh, I don't disagree, Omega, but I don't believe Jamie was." Wallflower says, I mean, yeah, Jamie. Yeah, Wallflower says 10 province plus the Yukon. Yep, in the Northwest Territories. I know those two exactly. You got Labrador too, and it's sad because most Americans cannot name all 10 of them, which is a problem. We used to understand this back in the 1950s. See what I'm saying? We were very well aware about like world geographics and stuff like that. It's sad today. Wallflower says the corrupt ones were the ones who tried banning alcohol in the first place, right? We had one was called prohibition, prohibition. But now with it's been written in the Bill of Rights. I think it's at the 26th, 25th. One of the amendments in there talk about bringing back passing a law to allow, alcohol and stuff to be sold and everything like that. It was outlawed and then they removed the ban on it. Wallflower said exactly. We didn't need guns until too many people who are used to having them brought them. Yep. Wallflower says, LOL, we have always carried knives. Yeah. Wallflower says, we just don't advertise that ish. LOL. John Paddock says, Tony, where are you? Where's your snow? We had it here, John, but it started melting, even though it's 30 degrees right now. We had snow, but yeah, snow melted. Wallflower says Labrador is a provincial, provincial, but it's Newfoundland, as they call it, Newfies from Newfoundland, and Labrador together with both names. Interesting. Yeah, because I do see it on the map when I looked at it. It's pretty much the same place though, but they cite it as being a little different in things. But John Paddock says I have to move a foot and a half of that stuff. And I'm sorry to hear that, John. The most it ever snowed here was like 2 inches, But normally, anybody that been in Michigan, we have some brutal winters too, man. We're like the second next to Minnesota. That's the icebox capital of the world right there, man. We're not dealing. Well, we have dealt with that type of stuff. I remember growing up all my life, having to shovel snow, 14, 15, 16 inches of snow. Yeah. Wallflower says we got about 2 inches overnight. That is correct. It always melting. Yep. Yep. So yeah, that's true. Yeah, but other than that, man, I enjoyed you guys, man. It has been fun, man. And we're going to go more a bit more. I cited the source where I'm getting this information from. I encourage you guys to check it out. It's called USA versus US.info. And brought to you by yours truly, Tony, And again, man, we had a very, very good time today. We didn't run across too many trolls. We didn't run across any trolls today. You know what I'm saying? So, which is surprising, and stuff like that. And I said I'm gonna start reading more of the factual, documented stuff. I'm gonna bring up stuff from Bill Cooper's book. I'm gonna bring up stuff from other people too. We're gonna talk about that. That's a very, very good book. Once again, we're all gonna share information amongst each other. You know what I'm saying? Wallflower says, much love, all. This has been a great conversation. Absolutely, man. It's refreshing that we all can get together. We can have differences. This is okay. Overall, I still love Canada. I still rooting for Canada to do better, and I know it would. I wanted to go back to the way it was because again, I besides the Canadian woman and food and the sceneries, it's a like remind me like when you go to places they have like that old European type of look, especially when you go to Quebec City and places like that. You start reminding you a little bit more of the old Europe a little bit. And a lot of it remind me of like being in America at the same time. It's truly a unique country though, And like I said though, it's like I rock with the Canadians anyway. I got friends that are Canadians and stuff like that. But most Canadians love being Canadians. They don't like our crime over here. That's one of the major things is the crime over here. We on the way of getting it under control finally because we got a president that understands what needs to happen. And yeah, we're gonna start seeing a lot of cleanup and things. So yeah, man. Yep, exactly. Wallflower said It was for sure with the heart sign on there. Yep, you gonna have to turn that heart sign into a red one, man. You know what I'm saying? We only want red hearts up in here. I'm just teasing you, man. It's all good, man. I just want to throw that little joke out though to you. Like I said, all is welcome to come into the room. You can have a difference of opinion. I'm not gonna do like other chats where they just want echo chambers of their own people up in here. You know what I'm saying? Conservative here are blue. That I never knew that. For real? Oh, in Canada, the conservatives are blue? Man, I'm always learning something, man. Dang, man. I did not know that. Whoo, man. You gotta be careful with those blue hearts depending on what channel you visit in. For real. I believe you. I'm not saying that you're wrong. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I guess it makes a lot of sense. You know what I'm saying? It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and things. I learned a lot about Canada, man, and like I said, man, Wallflower. I remember you before, man. You are always welcome of coming back. In regards to here, like you have before, John Paddock. We got Omega in the house as well. We got Big Kahuna as well too. And yeah, man, it's like it's all good though, man. We all coming together. Wait, oh yeah, I'm gonna tell you real quick too, because you probably came in later. Well, I'll just say this for everybody. I do have the ability now. When I drop the link, when I'm in the studio, I can drop the link, invite you guys up on, and then therefore we can have like a auditor, being more voice over the actual chat thing and things like that. So that'd be real cool. Because I know after a while typing or doing the speech to text thing and stuff, they don't translate very well. But yeah, it'll be all cool, and you're more welcome to come up. I should be able to accommodate up to about 4 people or so, um, on there and things, and then we all can have a conversation. So yeah, that'd be real cool. And anybody else, because you guys have information out there that I may not have as well, or vice versa. But right now, we all been spot on. So I do have that ability. I can do where you can have your webcam on or off. It doesn't matter. Either way, it's cool. But yeah, it's better I type. I got you, John. I ain't gonna put you out like that. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta come up. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I got you. Wallflower says that would help manage the delay causing by text. Yeah, because as you know, I had to get caught up because there's so much text coming down. John Paddock says that way it's family friendly. Exactly. Yep. Yep. Exactly. And like I said, I enjoyed it today, man. Man, John, we talked about a lot of stuff. You could always go back and listen to it later, but we were talking about the republic versus the democratic or democracy, between the difference between the two. So yeah, so I read a lot from the site the source that I've shared with you guys though, and I've been knowing about them for over 20 some odd years plus. They've been around for a while. Though the guy did an excellent job of, and there's a lot of stuff on there that you'll learn, man. Go there, man. I'm telling you, man. You talk about conspiracy stuff. That site right there, shoot. Oh yeah, man. I'm gonna tell you, man. That site right there, it opened my eyes up on a lot of stuff, man. I'm gonna tell you, that site right there, he ain't playing around, man. And I got some other ones too, but he ain't playing around, man. Yep, that one right there. I thought they almost got him. I thought they got him off. I'm glad they didn't. Yep, I'm glad they didn't. But that site right there, USA versus US.info. That's where you want to go. And you'll start learning a lot about the United States and the difference between a republic versus a democracy. And that's why, once again, we know the deep state is pushing back. They're pushing because they don't want it to be a republic for the people by the people. We know this, right? We all know this. Democracy is mob rules. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Mob rules. mob sets up the rules and they want everybody else to follow it. And we're gonna start hearing that more often too. I'm just bringing up stuff of what we're gonna hear in the future, coming from the presidency and coming from people in the cabinet and other patriots out there as well. Now we all riding with Trump. We on the Trump train, and we still got plenty of room for some of these other liberals or whatever like that. Hopefully, now with the Never Trumpers, uh, they probably won't ever come around. The TDS is real, and that's fine. You know what I'm saying? But at any event, yeah, man, it's been real good, man, having you guys on, man. You guys have been on, y'all been on your game, and that's what I love it. You guys keep me in check. If I have a problem pronunciating the word, people like Omega got my back and stuff, so I really appreciate it. Yeah, you ain't got to come up on the voice on the microphone. You ain't got to do. You can just sit back, John, or whoever else. You ain't got to come up here though. That's cool. I extend the opportunity, extend the thing or whatever. Um, there's people out there that got farms out there that rock with me as well. And I said the next one I'm gonna do. Actually, we're gonna do the one on the GMOs, man. That's gonna be interesting. Wallflower says, no, sorry, there is a um, N9 democracy against the Democrats. N9, okay. Inline democracy against the Democrats. I think that's supposed to be N9, inline, N9. Okay, Wallflower says, sorry, I didn't realize the auto brought up Republicans. Okay, okay. John says, I could spend hours on Monsanto, Bayers, and GMOs. Yeah, exactly. Beer, aspirin. Yeah, Monsanto, Pfizer, all of it. Food and Drug Administration, all of it is intertwined with each other, though, man. We already know that the big pharma and all the rest of them are tyrannical. They're the ones that controlling our government, and we are actually in the process of getting them removed out of our government because they never should have been there in the first place. John says none of it is good. Absolutely. And this is the reason why they have led. See, the thing that you already know this, John, a lot of y'all know this already, what I'm about to say, but they have created a propaganda machine where you got people that believe in climate change is the reason why a lot of our farming has gone away. They never talk about Monsanto. They never talk about the Terminator seed and things like that. And these things, there was a lot of documents that I watched back in the early 2000s on Monsanto and a lot of these other things. So they're just one of the reasons why they have spread into Canada, throughout the world, with the same nonsense. It's one of the main reasons as to why. We used to have farmers that used to be like, tell me why that a lot of our independent farmers have shrunk, and why are we getting all our food from a lot of our produce from Mexico that are being imported in instead of being natural grown here. And we're going to go back to the way it is, where you guys that are farmers, you're going to be able, because there's another woman too that's a farmer too. She usually comes on, and I talk with her. She's local too. She's local here in Detroit area, and she comes on time after time. I talked to her a couple of Saturdays ago, about last month, and we had a conversation as well. And I think she said that she has uh, a goat and sheep farm. I think there's some chickens on there and some other things, but she has a nice little farm there. You know what I mean? So yeah, John Paddock says COVID killed 3,000 farms just in New York, and that's just by design. That's why we call it the pandemic. And this is why people like Anthony Fauci, and I do see today that they will be in silver bracelets, a matching pair, silver bracelets. John Paddock says we dumped, what is it, 10,000 pounds, right, of milk every day, every other week. Oh, wow. And John Paddock says we had no market for it. Mm, mm, Man, and y'all say y'all dumped that of milk every week. Y'all have no market for it? Shoot, who don't need new fresh milk these days? What the? Yeah, Wallflower says the amount of milk dumping is disgusting. And that's pretty much how our insane system is being ran. Right down the drain. Absolutely. But like I said, man, we got pushback now, man. Because like I said, all that's gonna stop. Because we don't need the Food and Drug Administration because it's corrupt. Just like we don't need the IMF is corrupt. We don't need the big farmer is corrupt. You know, from the flow up, make us want to throw up. You know what I'm saying? We don't need these organizations anymore, man. We don't need them because they've never been on the behalf of the people. They've been on behalf of the people that's on the inside, and it's just all money laundering anyway. And that's what they're gonna get down to the bottom of this thing with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. They're gonna do an excellent job of doing that to curtail this ish. Wallflower says, and farmers get limited. Yeah, limit gets limited, or eliminated. You know, so you can't go. They've got a stupid law that you can't sell raw milk. And that raw milk is what our ancestors grew up with, way before pasteurization and homogenation started stepping into effect. In fact, they do more damage to our arteries. The homogenation process does more harm to our arteries than the raw milk does, where you actually had like real milk with the vitamins and all that, and that what do they call that healthy bacteria that grows on the tongue of these sheep and animals and stuff like that. The Kef, yeah, the Kefa from those heifers, you know. Yeah, I think she also had some heifers on her farm as well, though. You know, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, Wallflower says I grew up having to clear the top of the milk before pouring it into the cereal. Yeah, that stuff that used to be called what's it, curd and whey, and things like that. Which one is it, curd or whey? Which one is that? I never grew up on a farm, but you know what I'm talking about. John says the high temp flash pasteurization makes the milk protein unavailable. That's what I'm saying. They are killing the protein right then and there to your body. Yeah, the curds. Okay. Yep. So yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. So that's the thing about it. And then when they do the homogenation, it's even worse. John says, so you are getting sugar water. Absolutely. I don't drink dairy milk anyway and all that stuff. And it may have a lot to do with what the outcome is after what they do, you know, when they go through the pasteurization, homogenation, because I'm lactose intolerant, right? I don't have the lactate gene anyway. So I have to be careful when I'm messing around with dairy and things like that, you know. Uh, Wallflower says, I don't anymore. Okay, you don't drink the milk either? Yeah, I just stay away from it. I never had raw milk. That's another thing. They do have it, but let's just say that you just exchanging certain things for certain things, the bartering system. And I know places where I can get it, but you know, for you guys that have a farm, you already know what's up with it. I ain't gonna go a whole lot in detail in it, but Wallflower says I would bet that you wouldn't be intolerant if they quit messing with it. Yeah, I think that day may come. If we get RFK Jr. in there, I think a lot of this stuff is going to go away for sure, Wallflower. Because I don't think I'm lactose intolerant. I think I may be experiencing the after effects of what they've done to the milk. John Paddock says you can probably drink goat's milk with no problems. Yeah, I think you may be right. Because I do love milk, man. I used to love my dairy, man. But I used to have so many problems with buildup of mucus and stuff like that. And you may hear me spitting every now and then. John Paddock says, I only drink milk from out from my cows. I know that's right. Yeah, Wallflower says mad respect for RFK. Exactly, same here. I didn't know he was that versed on things of what was going on with the food and things. I admit I didn't know a lot about him and what he really stood for. But when he joined on with Trump, I said the guy got to be all right. We already knew his family legacy, even though his family is not happy of the fact that he's working with a Republican. That shouldn't even matter. But he's doing what's best for this country. So that's the thing about it, though. In fact, we are going to have this discussion about the food and drug. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the GMOs, the pasteurization, homogenation. We're going to talk about the insecticides and pesticides, what is really going on in the food industry and stuff like that. We're going to talk about this stuff. The carcinogens that are being pumped into the animals and stuff like that. We're going to talk about the GMO feeds that they're feeding the cows and stuff like that. They should be naturally on the range, free range. They should be eating grass and hay and other things that they like to eat and things like that. They shouldn't be confined in factory farming and things, and they shouldn't be confined and consuming their own poop and all this other kind of stuff. These are issues, man. Wallflower says, um, "Oh yeah, I paid attention to him since the work he did with the Huron River." Oh, okay. Um, yeah, Wallflower says artism. Yep. Yeah, this is another thing. We never had artism over 25 years ago. They need to stop the cap. We did not have this type of stuff. And like he said, and I always known this, a lot of it has a lot to do with the vaccines, the vaccinations and stuff like that. That's what RFK Jr. was talking about. They want to cite this man as being some type of crazy kook, that he don't know what the hell he talking about and how that's not true and all this other stuff. Well, why tell me why we didn't have autism over 25 years ago? It wasn't even a thing though, like that. John Paddock says he's a good man. I was hoping he could be vice president. Yeah, I understand though. Things are not over with yet though. In the future that is. Wallflower says I think it's better that he's not VP because he's too busy focusing on this stuff. I agree. Yeah, I think he would be better for right now for RFK because he's another guy. I never heard anyone. Only people that talked about the stuff we talked about right now are people that's outside of government. The people that's inside the government never talk about this stuff, you know? So I think he's well on his way of doing just that. I think he'll be a great man for the job. When he said he wanted to take fluoride out the water thing, they've been lying about fluoride in the water, about how it's supposed to be benefit our teeth, which is nothing more than I think it's a neurotoxin, just like with the chlorinated waters and stuff. This is a World War II mustard seed and all the stuff that they were using back in World War II and things, Nazi Germany and the camps and all this other stuff. So all these are biochemical bio agents that's being put in our food, in the drinking supply, and drinking water. And yeah, they're on it right now. This truth is coming out. People are being educated more about this stuff. This stuff is coming out now. They can't stop because why? Because the people are awakened now. Wallflower says Trump giving him open access to do as he needs, as long as he leaves the energy ish to Trump. LOL. Yeah, I mean, Trump, yeah, because he is giving him open access. Yeah, exactly. Which is fine. We can't agree on everything, and that's cool, even with those guys. But if RFK Jr. plays his role, everybody wins. Everybody got a role to play, right? Wallflower says, "I'm too, John. The change he's planning will help us all." Yep. One thing about Canada again, you guys had better produce than we had over here in America, at least at that time. You guys had some of the best. produce. I can taste the difference when I go to a McDonald's over there in Canada. I can taste the difference right away, and the produce seem to be a lot cleaner tasting than they are today. You know what I mean? I can, like I said, I can taste the difference. Um, the eggs, the produce, the meats, the cheese. It was like it was different. You know, it tasted different than it does today, though. And things today, I haven't really the ketchup. You know that Heinz ketchup, Leamington, Ontario. I've been there, man. When I used to ride through there, man, that place right there smelled like tomatoes, man. I mean, you could smell it all in the air. Seriously. Yep. You can smell it all in the air, man. You know. Um, Wallflower says, I think it's awesome because they are reminding the world that our different strengths can be used to everyone's advantage. They don't have to be competition. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, Trump as a great leader, they say a great leader, he's going to use people at their strengths. He knows where their strengths are. And obviously, RFK, if he's been talking against GMOs and Monsanto and autism and all this other stuff, yeah, the guy knows something, man. Absolutely. Yeah, he knows something. Wallflower said, yeah, our products isn't what it used to be. Absolutely. Yeah, that's the thing about it. It's not what it used to be, but one thing about it is that Canada usually have a higher when it come down to their meat standards. I mean, you know, what as opposed to Americans, you know, and we used to have the FDA was really supposed to be designed to make sure that make sure that they keep a certain amount of regulations on our food and drugs and everything. They don't work on the behalf of the people. They work on the behalf of the corporations. We all know this. This is why, you know, this is just this is a lot of criminal, man, that's being cleaned up, and that's why they're fighting now. They're fighting like mad. They don't like the fact that where we're going here. You know, Trump got his cabinet nice and tight. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Trudeau has made our meat situation scary. Yeah, man. When it used to didn't be like that way back in the '90s. I remember. That's the thing about it, Wallflower. I remember. One thing about it, I lived in Canada for 4 years. Yeah. I lived there for 4 years back in the '90s. One of my ex-girlfriends at the time, man, I was over there. Life was good. I didn't have to worry about no derelicts, bums. I didn't, you know what I'm saying? I ain't had to worry about any of that stuff. It was all good. Yep, all good. I remember it very well. Very, very well. Yep, I do. Yep, so let me see. Let me read on here. Um, John Paddock says, slot of the produce is hypocritically grown and the roots never fed dirt and the leaves never seen sun. Yeah, which is scary, you know. I know a lot of the hydroponic systems that some of the people that are growing on their own food source, but the stuff that we're talking about that's made in Franken labs is absolutely should be totally banned, which they are in some of these European nations like Switzerland. GMOs in those areas over there are totally outlawed, and we know why. They have been cited as, according to the UN and things like that, and it should be banned here in the U.S. as well too, but it's not. Should be, but it's not. And this is a major, major problem. Let me see here. Wallflower says those flipping inspired factories need to go along with everything else they are replacing meat with. Yeah, it's scary about the meat. Y'all heard about the meat and stuff like that, the synthetic meat crap stuff that they've been pushing, man, it's already here. They ain't pushing it. It's here. And there's some companies, I ain't gonna say it here, but there's some companies that are doing this type of stuff. The packaging look different. You can tell, and things. And Gates has a lot to do with that. I will say that. John Paddock says there are animals that have never seen outside. That's true. It's called factory farming. Um, Wallflowers, let's see, said that. Let me see here. Aspire, yeah, that's exactly what it is. May have started the U.S., but once they figure it out, yeah, true, yeah, Trudeau has taken that uh, cricket, stupid cricket situation. Put my glasses back on. Have taken that stupid cricket situation and ran with it. Now we have 3 Aspire factories in Canada. Yep, exactly. John Paddock says, going to work it out, watch quivering states of artificial meats. Yeah, we're going to work it out. We're going back to the good old times. I know we're talking about what they're doing now, but this ain't going to be the future, man. This is going to be eradicated, man. Because the people like ourselves are awake now. We're not going for it and falling for this nonsense anymore. You know what I'm saying? Almost all powdered protein is crickets now. I believe that. Wallflower says, LOL, John. John Paddock with the barf expression there. Wallflower says, I'm sure what's it? Ish. Hope so. Yep. Yeah, we're going into better times, man. And Canada gonna see them better times too. Cause he got Justin Trudeau under observation, man. And whatever he said to him scared the you know what out of him, for real, for real. Cause right now this ain't we destroyed the woke community. We ain't no woke no more. Woke went broke. We don't have it no more. We don't have to worry about all this other stuff. That's why I don't really talk about all that stuff, and because it's a thing of the past now. We defeated that. We got the rhinos out of there. We are defeated the Democrats, and all that came from the, as you know, the MAGA movement. The MAGA movement is the future of the Republican Party, not this old rhinos and all this other type of stuff. We have toppled all that, you know. So we're getting them slowly up out of Washington, out of the White House. We're getting them from out of there, and they are going to go out though, because Trump has the black book list on Jeffrey Epstein, as you heard me mention before. He had the Diddy tapes as well. We already know this is why a lot of them are leaving the CEOs and getting off there and everything, and trying to get out of the country, trying to escape from being persecuted or being indicted and things like that. So we in a very good space right now, man. We really are. But I want to thank you all for showing up, man. This has been beautiful. Yeah, I like these Saturday morning discussions, man. We're gonna have many more of them and things. So we're gonna talk more and more about the Republican, I said republic versus a democracy. We're gonna talk about the difference between the two, to educate other people getting in here, and hopefully we can get a lot of new people in here to be able to educate them as well, because they have to know the truth about this country. It's not all this racist doctrines that they've been fed about being Republican. It's just simply not true. But other than that, yeah, I appreciate you guys. Omega, boy, we got John Paddock in here again, you know, Big Kahuna, Wallflower, you know, you guys have been coming in, rocking pretty strong, man. And we had real great conversation. We had a few people pop in here and pop out, you know. I know that history is not really the most popular of conversations, but we're going to make it fun, man. I'm gonna try to I'm gonna read it and try to make sense of it and make it fun, man. That's what time it is. But man, you guys have a wonderful day and things, man. And you know, we're gonna go ahead on and I'm gonna go ahead and get to work. I gotta do some things first. I gotta get some chow, man. Haven't eaten yet. But other than that, though, you guys, man, let me see. Let me read the closing comments. Wallflower says it's more interesting than most think. LOL. Yeah, I know, right? Have a great day. You too, Wallflower, man. I'm gonna got some friends, man, that are Canadian. I'm gonna find out what is going on. Usually they come over and visit, though. You know how Canadians love going to Costco for obvious reasons. I got a Costco account. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's cool. But yeah, man, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. And thank all of you guys too. I gave y'all all shouts out, man, and I will see you all later. Peace. Oh yeah, by the way, too, don't forget to go to the Rumble, guys. That is the thing, though. Yep. Yeah, y'all got Costco. Exactly. Rumble. If you guys can all do me a favor, Rumble, I go under as a random male. In fact, if you look below my channel, the link is right there. Don't worry about the Instagram one. I'm going to take that one down. Instagram hate freedom of speech totally, man. So, yeah, I can't. I've been flagged a few times. I don't want to deal with that. But Rumble, that's where I'm putting up my content slowly on Rumble. If y'all can subscribe for me on Rumble, that is the one day I got to get this numbers up on Rumble where I can live stream on Rumble. I'm still gonna do YouTube because I can do both. You know what I'm saying? For right now, I just need to get those numbers up on Rumble. So if you go to my channel, go down below, click that link right there. That'll take you to the Rumble account. All you gotta do is sub for me right there. You sub that, and then that way I can get those numbers up. And I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you all, man. Y'all take care. Have a good one, and I'll see you on the next one. I'm gonna have my buddy on here, and we're gonna do a live like that. We may do one later today. In fact, I gotta call him now. But other than that, I appreciate you guys, man. And y'all take care. I'll see y'all later. Peace.